For first pick together with Ling.
Look at the Youth Fair exciting events sneak peek, ladies and gentlemen, because you know, if you guys participate in this activity, you guys actually stand a chance to get your hands on exclusive new skins. And if you guys are curious as to what skins they are, check it out for yourselves. Do it now. You know, while we're waiting for the teams to get ready, while we're waiting for Falcons Vegas, as well as CFU Serendipity to get ready, check it out. Obviously, Miracle can't check it out right now.
I've been looking at the screen because I want to check it out.
Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Her simply means restriction. One sound.
Layla. No, I don't even.
Wrong item choice.
Diggy. Diggy. Diggy.
Dawn to fight and vie for the crown, and that's to be champions of MWI 2024. And this time, it is time for our femme fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang to shine as they go for the championship, and that is worth $500,000 for the prize pool.
Time to shine. And indeed, 12 teams, 11 regions, all battling it out right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Well, I guess we're ready to call in the teams.
That's right, the Amazon Arena stage is set, and with that, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our teams. Starting off with the pride of the Philippines, presenting to you Smart Omega Empress.
And ladies and gentlemen, alongside them, coming in right now from Myanmar, let's hear it for Net Angels.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, before you, Smart Omega Empress are the undisputed queens hailing from the Philippines. Philippines' best bet with the same roster since 2023.
Amazing stuff. With the Net Angels, founded last year, and all that, being part of one of the best teams coming away from Myanmar, and now they are here at the EWC for the MWI.
That's absolutely right. Now, next up, we're going to be seeing the faces representing Latin America, presenting to you DreamHack Girls.
And all the way from Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Team Falcons Mina.
Now, for DreamHack Girls, these are the first team from Brazil through direct invitation to the M-Series Championship, and they're here to cook up a storm for MWI 2024.
Let's make that happen. And ladies and gentlemen, for Team Falcons, being one of the prominent teams and the Arab ones, all-female MLBB all the way from Egypt, and they are ready to make it happen.
And now, presenting to you the representatives coming all the way from Vietnam, Zeno Lilies.
Coming alongside with, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Victory Song Gamers.
Now, Zeno Lilies are completely undefeated through the Mekong qualifiers. Now they're here to claim their spot in the MWI 2024. Question is, are they able to keep up their undefeated streak? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, for the Victory Song Gamers, one of the top performers in the EECA, they went through a roster shuffle and now fielding in 2 PH imports.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, presenting to you Team Vitality hailing from Indonesia.
And all the way from Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
Now, these ladies from Team Vitality are no strangers to you all because they're formerly known as Bigatron Era, and they're on a quest to secure their third P championship right here for MWI 2024.
Let's go with that. And ladies and gentlemen, for our Homegirls, a partnership between the Gladiators and Homegirls, and they are here to bag another win for Malaysia.
And now, introducing to you representatives coming from China, Title Legends Gaming.
And all the way from the US, let's hear it for Cloud9.
Now, TLG, hailing from the land of prodigies, they are poised to show off their prowess on their debut right here on the world stage.
A beautiful debut indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And we are here with Cloud9 with some mega players. They will pretty much may have a Cloud9 moment right here.
That's right, high on Cloud9 indeed. So with that being said, last but definitely not the least, the teams that will be kicking off match 1 for the day. Presenting to you our uncrowned queens right here from Indonesia. Presenting to you, Team Falcons Vega.
And alongside them for this match, ladies and gentlemen, the pride of Cambodia. Let's hear it for CFU Serendipity.
Now, for Team Falcons Vega, now despite being in the shadow of the reigning champions, and that is Team Vitality, they are here to snatch that crown from their fellow Indonesian counterparts. Now, will they succeed? We will find out right here in match 1 itself, opening up the show here for MWI 2024. How you feeling, Bob?
I feel super excited. Let's see what's going to happen as well with a team like CFU Serendipity. We have a mix between veterans and newcomers. It's going to be a good one to watch and to be excited for.
Now, what's promised right here for MWI 2024, even for the very first match, is going to be a high-octane game fight that's going to be happening at the Land of Dawn. But, you know, we're just hosts for a reason. We're not experts. So without further ado, let's pass our time over to our friends at the studio. Take it away. Yalla!
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara, for that amazing opening. Finally, you get to, put the names to the faces of all the 12 teams that will be battling it out here at MWIX EWC 2024. And as you guys can see, both of our first teams will be ready. They are on their desks. They're getting mentally prepared. But wait a second, Mirko, is that Funi?
It is Funi. So, seems like Funi will be the one in the mid lane. Main lineup coming in from Falcons Vega. Still have to see the other members here on the team to actually see exactly who's going to be playing for the first game for Falcons Vega. We did mention earlier that they have a lot of new players coming in. They have swapped some of the players here and there with Agatha stepping in for Funi. But it does seem like, yeah, they're actually going to be deploying a new jungler as well. No Caramel, the Varen, and the head-to-head matchup that we were talking about, Takami versus Caramel will not be here, will not be the main lineup that we're actually going to be seeing. That in itself is already a big curveball over to CFU. Both these teams have amazing coaches, by the way, very experienced. So I'm expecting the drafts to go very, very close. I think it'll come down to the executions, really.
That's the thing, right? I guess most of these teams were prepared for Caramel in the jungle, Agatha in the mid lane, but with the swaps coming through, now this actually poses a very, very interesting matchup. What's going to be the difference here? What difference in playstyle, what difference in gameplay will we be expecting from Falcons Vega?
I mean, for Falcons Vega, it really comes down to how they've been able to utilize the side lanes. Side lanes has been their main strength, and laning in general. If Chin Chao gets a bully laner and she's able to snowball from the lane itself, then transitioning into some of these team fights, it'll be massive for Falcons Vega. That's how they usually get the snowballs rolling from the early game to take control of the mid game. Meanwhile, for the side of CFU, it really, especially after the patch, has a lot to do with the jungle. If the jungler can get the snowball going, if they can go and secure some of these neutral objectives, it's going to be really good for them. But here is the new, the addition I want to put in to the fray is for Falcons Vega. It's kind of a, what's it called? It's kind of outdated the way that they play, right? When it comes to the gold lane, when it comes to the side lane. Meanwhile, for the side of CFU, playing for your jungler as the #1 position has been great so far. We saw at MSC as well. Teams who actually utilize the junglers, give the resources over to the junglers to enable them to pop off, has been able to find a lot more success than teams that actually traditionally play for the side lanes.
Maybe that's why that they, subbed in Caramel? Could that be the reason that Falcons Vega are coming through with a completely different roster? Because, technically, one of the things that Falcons Vega are super known for is that they falter in the late game.
Exactly.
Right? And with CFU Serendipity being so comfortable in that particular aspect of the game, that's actually a risk, a factor that Falcons Vega are risking here.
And what's scary is for CFU, right? They understand how to play the early game too. So even Falcons Vega's strengths here for the early game, usually they get the lane dominance, they control the game through the laning phase, through even individual 1v1s in the mid lane. We expect the mid lane to be, more of a clear shove and rotate over to the side lanes or to the jungle to help enable and get prio around the map. But for Falcons Vega, they've always had a very, very big emphasis on actually getting individual leads. And this is something that might change. Like you said, with the change of Funi coming back into the mid lane, maybe we'll see a more active mid laner as opposed to Agatha, who usually does want to bully a bit more, does want to play into the jungles. And with the new jungler, Maylane, Caramel was a bit of a mix. We saw her do well during the utility jungle meta, but I felt like it's time, this is the time to shine for her. Especially because, the assassin picks, what she's known for, what she's always been known for, has been those assassin
Nolan,
picks.
Ling.
Bennett, Nolan, Ling. I remember the Hayabusa from back then all the way. And Hayabusa has been coming up. So I'm expecting Maylane to maybe play the assassins even better, because why else do you make that kind of choice, right?
And I don't think you'd want to go for something experimental in a best of 2.
Definitely not. No,
Right?
not against CFU too, a team that is known to go for experimental picks, to go for cheese picks.
All right, so with that being said, what kind of picks are we expecting here in this next lineup, right? Because, technically when we're talking about the MLBB scene, sure, there are teams that are more formed, there are teams that are coming from a background where their league has been more developed, and they're the ones that usually bring up the meta picks, right? With the Rogers, the Lings, so on and so forth. But another thing that we've actually noticed about female teams is that they really do enjoy sticking to their comfort. They really enjoy utilizing their power picks. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 1 in this best of 2 series, our opening match of the day, we do see that Falcons Vega are going to have that first pick slot. What are your expectations?
Well, expectations instantly is that first pick has been a lot more prio compared to red side, right? Blue side has been finding so much more success. I think even in MSC we saw that, and this is exactly why. On blue side, you can actually dictate the pace of the game, dictate the picks that are going to come out. You don't need to ban out the chips. You don't need to ban out the low yi. You can force your opponents to do so. And for CFU, they're already caught in the spot here where Falcons, they're banning all the respect heroes over to CFU. They're getting rid of that Ling that we were talking about for Tagami. It's going to be massive. The assassin pick that can snowball, that can look to find plays around the map. The Edith as well, knowing that CFU love to go and team fight, love to stay and force you in these team fights for a long period of time for the rest of the members to catch on. And here it is. That's the chip. That's the low yi that we expected. This is why blue side is so scary, man.
We also talked about this earlier on, right? The fact that, CFU Gaming, they're coming in with 3 veterans, right? 3 players that are experienced on the international tournaments. We have Tegami, Abi, and Ue. And these are the 3 respect bands that have been given over from Falcons Vega over to CFU, right? Edith, like you mentioned, with all the advantages that the Edith has, but another thing to point out is the fact that Edith is a big power pick for UA in that roaming position. So now, Lo Yi has been taken off the board. One more.
Chip, Lo Yi, they're going to have to choose between Roger or maybe even utility pick or... Yeah, I'm thinking, Juicin, obviously. Juicin is available now to be picked up, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are just tuning in, it's a big pick. Leo likes it. Leo likes the fact that in a best of 2, maybe you need to go for these cheese picks. Maybe you need to go for these new picks to send a curveball to your opponents. But that does leave a big pick to be left open. The hero that I mentioned should have been banned out, maybe. It's the Roger, right? So much flexibility. On top of that, usually you get like flex heroes or prio heroes. Roger's both. He does both. He's a good flex pick, and he is a monster in both the jungle and the gold lane.
Technically, I'm not really sure what Maylane plays, right? Sure, it can be flex, but what we do know is Chin Chao is a monster. She is a beast on this Roger. In SPS, as they were going to get their slot to qualify for MWI, Chin Chao actually pulled in a split push that was so amazing that I'm pretty sure that it has still been seared into their opponent's mind. So that's definitely something that we do need to pay attention towards. And by the way, this Harith now being picked up by CFU alongside with the Ruby. That's a power pick in for Yui Fendi, their gold laner.
Yeah, good response coming in from CFU, knowing that the Roger can be flexed in the gold lane. Might as well give the gold lane for CFU a better time in the lane. Having a Harith in your team adds so much early game power, and especially mid game. when it comes to these neutral objective battles, the fact that they, by the way, Falcons have banned out the Edith means that Falcons could have taken it in the second phase here, that Harith. Harith, no counter available for the Edith, already banned out. Picking up the Ruby as well to stop any kind of stoppers, to stop the Harith instantly. But now Falcons Vega, they retaliate with a solid choice. Terizla. I think when it comes to Terizla, even in the MSC, it was the favorite XP. Like, everybody goes for Terizla when it's open, and it's because you don't need to put resources at all to this guy. You don't need to funnel anything. He can be 2 levels down, and he can still initiate properly and tank up a whole lot of damage.
So before coming into the second phase of these drafts, are you expecting perhaps a counterplay towards this Terizla in the EXP lane? Export, CC?
That's the thing, right? What is even a counter for the Terizla? It really is about... Terizla is a non-laner. That's what he is. He really neutralizes any laner. Not in the way where he demolishes people. Some picks, yes, he demolishes. The Exborg is a good pick against it, but the Terizla, all he needs to do is shove the wave and then play for the team fights. Get level 4, play for the neutral objectives, and completely ignore the Exborg. Exborg, if he doesn't bully the Terizla in the early game, he's going to have a little bit more, struggle, I would say, to get to the mid game to actually deal damage to the rest of the members from Falcons.
So the winning conditions are definitely set in stone now for CFU with the choice that they have made here in the first phase. Now coming into the second phase, right now Falcons Vega, with the lineup that they have right now, they have a lot of catch, right? They have catch from the Vexana, they have catch from the Terizla as well, but they're still afraid for CFU Serendipity that they're going to double down on that catch. The Minotaur has been taken away from Falcons Vega.
Good ban, reactive ban there. Knowing that CFU wants to be diving deep in these team fights as well with the Harith and the Exborg, something like a Minotaur is great for the banning phase. But I think for Falcons Vega, this is a good approach for them too. Banning out the Lilia and then maybe the Valentina as well to take out, the possibility of CFU getting a pick like the Valentina, who's been able to find so much success in this meta as well. And the Lilia ban is really just about the prio in the mid lane. I think they can go for... Yeah, no, I'm thinking just mid laners. I was about to say maybe they want to go for the Grok ban, but they already have an Exborg and Ruby, so Ruby's going to go Rom, Exborg's going to go XP. There's no possibility, I think, for the Grok, unless they want to go jungle. Who knows?
So let's talk about the possibility of the mid laners here for CFU, right? The one thing that we know, the data that we have about Abby in the mid lane is that she loves the Vex, Lilia, Nana, Odette, and the Nova. So now that the Lilia has been respect banned away, as well as the Vexana being picked up now by Falcons Vega, do you think that there is still a slot for Nana and Odette to make their appearance in the international stage?
Yeah, I think so. Nana and Odette provides a whole lot of security for yourself, right? You have that passive, you can run away from a lot of these dive situations, and Falcons Vega, they're definitely, leaning towards the chain CC to pound down with a Roger combination here. So going for something like a Nana that can actually stop the momentum of a full dive from Falcons would be pretty good. Also, the Molina is a massive tool when you want to kite back. And it seems like they're not going to go for the Valentina ban, actually. Leaving it open, leaving it to CFU to go for these choices and banning out the Baxia, which is interesting. Because with a Tigreal ban, you would expect that CFU want to go for an assassin pick in the jungle. It's still going to be really hard, by the way, to go up against a Terizla, Vixana, and the Roger on the assassin. But hey, if they want to do it, Nolan is still up for grabs.
Nolan, Fanny, Amon? Do you think Amon is a possibility? I mean, Tagami she is a master of assassins, right? She loves her assassins, and there's been rumors circling around that Amon has been one of her favorite heroes to utilize in that jungle. Do you think it fits?
I guess it fits, right? I think the concern is they already have a Harith and now a Nana, so 2 magic damage dealers. They might want to add on a little bit more physical here. They do have an Exborg, but it's more of a hybrid damage dealer, so they are setting up for an assassin. They can still go for utility. Amon, I think considering that they have a lot of magic damage and there's a lot of CC, they can catch the Amon, a lot of picks. It's a really risky move. I'm not saying that it can't be picked up, but the safer choice would definitely be Nolan, especially if Falcons Vega decide to go for an assassin themselves. Nolan, one of the best when it comes to clearing. Again, we mentioned about how pathing is very, very important in an assassin matchup, or just technically in any matchup in general right now. Even on a utility up against an assassin, that's why the assassin usually comes out on top. They get such a massive level lead all the way from the start of the game.
Okay. To round things out, ladies and gentlemen, for Falcons Vega, it's official. It's going to be a Roger in the jungle with a Claude for Chin Chow and addition of Carmilla for that roaming position. That's Tal. on Carmilla.
Oof. It's a very reactive pick. Fanny comes out as well. No stoppers from Falcons Vega. They went for the Carmilla. They saw the Tigreal. They saw the Minotaur ban. They didn't expect the Fanny. They banned out the Baksha, and now these picks with no stoppers are going to have to deal with a Nana Harith and physical damage. Fanny.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm super ready.
Are the casters ready? Trex, Leo, you guys ready?
We're more than ready. I can't believe the Fanny slipped through like that.
It's looking spicy already in MWI right now. We got a Fanny in the Land of Dawn. Game 1 of MWI.
Eternal Miracle bringing us the goods as well as the ladies. Again, this is Falcons Vega and CFU Serendipity coming through. The Sharks versus the Falcons. It's the skies versus the seas.
You ever seen a shark fight a falcon? Well, we're gonna today.
Never thought I would. Not in my MWI bingo list, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in live from Riyadh. I hope y'all are doing safe. I hope y'all are having a great day or evening as we get into the very first matchup, very first game in this history-making tournament. Starting off in the orange here for Falcons Vega, while CFU Serendipity dipping into their purple, as you do with the Fanny.
Yeah, definitely as you do with the Vanny and moving quickly over to orange buff. One of the things I'm a little excited for, this Carmilla pick in the roam position, it's like their only real stopper right now for the Fanny, so it's a lot on Thal's shoulders right now.
And it's a soft stopper
Quick stun.
too. Not to mention maybe, so at best they have like a 1.5, 2 stoppers, right? You have the Eternal Guard and you have the penalty zone. That's it. That's it. I wonder if Falcons Vega are kicking themselves for this now. In mid, Yui playing some footsies here with Thal. Again, I don't know if expected Funi to play today.
Yeah.
Funi and Mei Lane.
Definitely a toss-up. Don't know exactly what happened. This might have been the choice due to some scrim decisions. Who knows? Mirko said it. They must feel confident with this composition. So excited to see exactly how this plans out. But that Tagami pick right there definitely spices things up for game number 1. And this is what we talk about in group stage. These are the possible, strats that can get you that first game 1 win.
Yep, and the draft definitely worked out for Serendipity this time around. Yui taking a visit down to Yui Fendi. Something to talk about here as well. Chinchaw's not having a great time. It's very difficult now. Yui coming in deep.
Yui takes a little bit of damage. Should be okay there. You talked about Yui. You talked about Chincha. I think this Yui Ruby pick is going to be glorious against Mailing on this Roger. Really, I feel like Serendipity just drafted very cleanly in this game.
Yep, they do have their fundamentals down. Let's talk about XP lane.
Ooh, a lot of damage though. Mochi Bang gets banged out. First blood over to Mei Lane.
Looking for some retribution here. Abby putting some damage on the Mei Lane, but you can't beat the aggression the Falcons Vega bring to the table.
Yeah, great first blood, great pick. And see if you tried to do something in the gold lane, but Team Falcon Vega actually succeed in the EXP lane. Now it's turtle time.
Here we go. Some footsies. 3v3 potentially. Orange worked on by Tagami first. I like the rope though that Falcons Vega pulled. You saw how they were visiting bottom. XP. Oh, check this out. Chincha. Oh, forcing out an ult from both sides. And then they pull a fast one. Like, wouldn't you have thought that it would come from the Fanny lineup? Shouldn't have been come from the Cambodian squad.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
Cambodians are a little crazy, man.
What is that?
They like to have some fun, man. They bring out the Fanny game 1, and it was the fact that it was pick number 5. It's great drafting from Coach, man. Great drafting from Coach for sure. But here comes Turtle play. Nice stun onto Yui. They're all going to kind of hold down the front line here. The Carmilla should be able to get a stun done. Does have the ultimate ready. The Blood Pack able to do something here. Mei Lane just dancing around. Nothing too major. Keep our eyes on Tagami though. Look at the damage. The Eternal Guardian does come down on Abby. Nice stun up, but in comes Tagami. Looking for the turtle. Able to steal it, take it away. Can he get away though? A lot of damage onto UA. Mei Lane trying to get the finishing blow. Trying to get the final hit. Can he get the Lycan pounce? Finds the kill. Now Mei Lane locking onto Mochi Bang as well. CFU on the run, loses 2 for the price of a turtle.
Mei Lane going ham this time around. 3 on the board already. About 2,000 gold ahead, I'd say, give or take. You expect these values to balloon up in the next few seconds. Again, Serendipity, clearly CFU won that draft. They got some sneaky picks through. but they just can't get through Falcon Vega's fundamentals. They're just so clean when it comes to these engages, and they know how to play the map against a lineup that, hey, say what you will about that turtle take. They lost a fight now, and bottom, Thal's in trouble.
All takes a little bit offended. You were able to land that I'm offended, but Thal flickers through, and there's your fundamentals right there, feeling comfortable. Even the call from Melee earlier, I don't even want to take this turtle because I know I can get 2 kills. Leaves the turtle behind, goes for the kills. Tagami gets it, but it's a great trade for them.
Little intricacies of that flicker from Thal. They knew that there was no one in that river bush. They knew that there was no one coming from mid. So they made the call, all right, flicker over here, you're safe. I got you. Team Falcons Vega covering up the map really, really well. Now you're clearly ahead here in the early game. Again, now we're looking at 2,000. Yui Fendi gets a hit on her, forced out the ult.
Zaman's force does come down. Yui there to help out along with Abby, but now it's 4 members of Falcon Vega and a big Guardian lands right on Yui, and comes Tagami trying to get some damage off. Where's the cutthroat? Can he land it? No, doesn't connect. Everyone able to dodge through, even Melee with a beautiful Lycan pounce, but more damage coming on to Melee. Tagami finally finds one. Can they make it 2? A lot of damage on Tagami. Tagami has to run away, but still gets the double kill from that burn.
She got it down. She was trying. All this while, she was trying, and it took maybe 2 or 3 big engages. Here's the STC replay one more time. Again, the Eternal Guard came through, and now maybe we're seeing remnants of that initial dilemma. Oh, wait, what's going on? Nice push. All right, great conversion. Now we're seeing the dilemma coming through now. Where's the hold? If Tagami can keep doing this, then Team Falcons Vega have something to think about now. Melee wailing away.
Yeah, Violet getting some nice damage on him. Moshi Banks frag armor. Melee able to get the turtle this time. Tagami hightails it out. Last Insanity defensively just to try to get away. CFU backs off.
All right, clean. CFU Serendipity. I think it's key for these ladies now to pick their fights. They can play where they're mobile. They can play where they're everywhere. Oh no, Abby!
A lot of damage on Abby, but down comes Mon's Force, able to help out. Yui's there to help as well. The beautiful I'm offended, but Melee still gets the kill. Melee now moving on to the orange buff, and CFU lose another member.
And they got nothing out of it. Violet walks away. And now Melee, oh, Grand Theft Orange.
That's a beautiful Grand Theft.
Madam. She took a small camp on the way out. This is going to balloon out of control now. We're looking at more than 2,000 gold ahead. A push in mid. Tagami coming in, clearing the wave. That's it. They lost the main artery.
Yeah, that's a bad blow. Mid lane gone, and even when they were having that fight up top, we saw Chincha chipping away a little bit at the mid tower, and that just gave it enough for Team Falcons Vega to be able to completely secure it. Right now, even with the Fanny, Team Falcons Vega are just, look at even the pressure they're putting here. They're keeping CFU Serendipity inside of a box right now, and Team Falcon Vega are able to control the rest of the map while doing this.
And again, it's uncanny coming from a lineup that is facing off against Fanny they can't hold down. So this is just macro control. Absolutely a masterclass from arguably the second best team in all of the MLBB women's esports. And here, now they're putting in a lot of work, forcing back Yui.
Yui taking a lot of damage. Mullane looking for the kill, trying to get the finish, able to secure it. Yui goes down, but in comes the last Insanity. Moshi!
Bang!
Beautiful last Insanity.
Oh, they're still going in.
More damage from Melee, double kill onto Yui. Fendi making a triple. Melee takes out Tagami. CFU Serendipity in pieces right now. Falcons Vega, they don't care about a Fanny.
She's been cooking, man. She's been cooking. 8 minutes in, she picks up the Thunder Belt. I'm liking where this is going. As per my taste, I would have picked it up maybe sooner, but again, aggression is the name of the game here. An amazing start. Moshi Bang tried to control that fight down bottom, but trading up for Thal and then allowing for the rest of Team Falcons Vega to win that fight in their back lane. Oh, this is just par for the course. You just go straight for the Lord and you continue controlling the rest of the map. CFU Serendipity, I'm thinking maybe their next best move here is to cordon off these fights into smaller quarters. You notice how a lot of these fights that happen in the open spaces, Team Falcons Vega do better at? They gotta fight in smaller spaces. They gotta have Tagami go from wall to wall.
Yeah, they have to do something about Melee here. I mean, Melee's just, he shouldn't be, or she shouldn't be able to just jump into this. fight the way she is. She's even getting locked up from UA in some of those fights and still has time to just do whatever she pleases in these fights. 7-1-1 on a Roger. It's what, almost 3,000 gold lead there?
She cooked. She cooked. It wasn't even second item. It was third item, Thunderbelt. First up, War Axe, and then the Piercer. I'm thinking she's at like 2 or 3 stacks right now sitting with that Piercer. And oh no, they popped the Faraga armor.
Well, Shebang taking a lot of damage. Maylane was testing it there, but the Lord's still encroaching in right now. Looking for the crash. 1 more minion to go. The defense does pop on that inhibitor. Nice, I'm offended on Athal. They're able to get the kill. That's a big deal for Abby, but in comes Maylane with a nice like and pounce on a Moshi Bang. More damage on a UA Fendi. Maylane playing the field to melee. It's looking dangerous right now for CFU. They lose an inhibitor.
Thal is worth her life more in weight than gold. It's amazing how she's able to trade in for a big objective in mid and then another trade on the way out. CFU Serendipity, again, this is gonna hurt them even more because one of the strengths that their lineup is able to do is to go across the map and just pick fights, cut waves, and now they have to do that on a level wherein they're on the defense. Even if they can leave the base, which I think now is one of the few times they can, 10 minutes in, it's still gonna be tough. Is there enough farm on UE Fendi is my question. Tegami, sure, she can run around, she can cut lanes, I mean, she can go deeper than this. But where's the farm on UE Fendi? Is Abby dealing enough damage?
Yeah.
Count your blessings, she hasn't died.
That's, I mean, as a Nana, you probably shouldn't. She has everything packed into her to survive, but here they go. Speak of the devil, UA Fendi trying to pull through. UA able to get a nice I'm offended on Athal once again, but look at the damage onto CFU. In comes the last Insanity, unloading onto Violet. Violet able to flicker back. Melee still holding the front line, taking fire to the face. Takes out Moshi Bang. Tagami, though, looking for the finish, decides to back off. That's bad. Double kill for Maylane.
She got punished. They didn't need to hold her down. The damage that she had to go through just thinking about walking through Team Falcons Vega punished her. This is tough. 11-4, 11 minutes in. Mr. Wagner. CFU Serendipity, they had a great draft, but fundamentally speaking, Falcons Vega knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, CFU seemed to not be able to play it to its maximum capabilities. Abby taking some more damage, and at this point, as you said, we look at the way that Vega's moving around the map right now. It's always 2-2 and Maylane kind of on her own, because Maylane can handle herself against the Fanny. A like and pounce to dodge a cutthroat, or a like and pounce to dodge a couple blades and get the damage out, and the rest are covering each other's backs.
The only real hero that Maylane has to worry about is Ruby, right? Like that's the only thing that she has to think twice of. Abby, she can just dodge Molina's gift. Forget about it. Like, I can just run around. I can hop through these gifts. And now another fight, breaking out in mid.
The pack comes down, so the damage is unloading. Yue goes down first. Next might be Yue Fendi. Able to get the outplay, though. Looking for the final shot. Finally gets the kill onto Maylane. Yue Fendi pulling up in the Fendi. Doing some nice damage onto the Lord now, but it's still coming soon.
Abby
Team Falcons
bank.
Vega.
Abby made bank. Can they do this? Can they defend? Where is she? Where are they?
Tagami looking for the purple buff. Sees that they're all hanging out there. Team Falcons Vega lose a Maylane, and they immediately back off.
All right. So that explains the big spike now. We're looking at 6K, 5K between these two teams. And we were wondering, is there enough farm on Abby? Besides the fact that she hasn't died, this is one of the times wherein you say, okay, maybe we can still do this. Good news is they still have one inhibitor. This could have gone so much worse. They could have lost everything, and they were forced to take whatever farm is left out of Team Falcons Vega freezing, which is what's happening now. But as it is, checking out, okay, a Trinity on Abby here. You have Yue Fendi, also a Trinity, just barely. I think maybe just one more item, and then a fight in like, you know, thicker part of the forest here, like a little corridor. That might be it, but you're still looking at 5K between. That's still tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very tough because now a lot of it. Oh, look at the damage though. Comes down once again. Tincha able to take out the Mage's damage heal. Yue Fendi down, out of commission. Falcons Vega now looking for another inhibitor. Tagami can't even go in.
You don't let him breathe. I think that's the play here for Team Falcons Vega. Problem solving, CFU Serendipity. There's like 5 or 6 things they need to do. It's a grocery list of things to hit on a checklist. One of them, does not have an answer to Team Falcons Vega's one move. It's just force out fights. Here they are, taking out that last inhibitor, and waves are going to crash in. This is well timed for Lord coming in a minute.
You know, I gotta say, Thal's been so amazing on this Carmilla. Even though she's taken a few deaths, she always lands that ultimate at the perfect time to at least catch 2 members, and the rest of the team follows up so well.
That and she can get out. If she dies, so be it. They're taking out at least one on the way out too. Not to mention, it's like Funi did not miss a beat. She's #1 in the damage charts right now. And the last time we saw her here in MWI, she also put up quite a show, honestly. When they were formerly known as GPX Basreng in MWI 2023, just change one. Just change Caramel to Mei Lane, which, by the way, we also missed. We were expecting Caramel to play, but Mei Lane is holding down jungle. She's doing more than that.
Mei Lane's doing amazing. I mean, Funi's doing amazing. Even as someone that's kind of stepped back a little bit from the team a little bit, still showing that I still got it, man. I can still hang with the best of them. And she is stomping down. She's got her foot on the neck right now with these Sharks. Lord taking a lot of damage. CFU not going to be able to contest it.
And that's a clean take. 2 Lords to Team Falcon Vega's name. 3rd this time as they push back the rest of CFU Serendipity. Oh, what's Tal thinking? Is she looking to steal this? They're just denying everything. Oh, there it is. Just serve it up.
Serve it up.
Take it, Chincha. It's yours.
Another one.
Another one.
Easy. Falcons Vega just in there now. They take it slow, right? I love the lane freeze right now, waiting for Lord to come. They don't need to rush anything. 7,000 gold, almost 7,000 gold lead. We're getting there. Something bad. CFU, how do they defend this?
It's going to come off of Abby. Abby is going to have to use all of her kit, like that little Nana, Pink Venus. Put everything.
Catch like 2.
Catch 2 in that ult, and then hit the best case scenario, you hit Violet or Mei Lane with the gift. That's one way to start it. And now it all comes down.
Although tries to come in, use the conceal play, a lot of damage unloads. On to Moshi Bang. Moshi Bang forced to back off, but in comes Violet with a huge penalty zone. On to 3. Yui down. Tagami, though, trying to get the outplay, but they're already locked onto the base, and Team's Falcons Vega. Masterclass take game #1.
The advantage hit critical mass. And despite Falcons Vega rocking the lineup, none of us expected for them to deploy in day 1. They get the dub in quick fashion, too.
And I mean, like we said in the beginning, we felt like CFU had the clean draft, but Vega knew exactly how to work around it and executed it perfectly.
What is a scalpel to a 6-inch thick metal vault?
Not much.
Not much. We were hopeful. It looked like a great pick. Like, we were hoping it would unlock something out of CFU Serendipity in the face of a powerhouse like Falcons Vega, but here we are. We'll talk about it later on. For now, here's Eterna and Miracle breaking down game 1.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Trex, for that amazing cast for game #1 as the Falcons soar high in that first game of their series.
Man, what a performance coming in from Falcons Vega. I gotta agree with the casters, man. We also have the same sentiment. You know, the drafts were amazing from CFU. They were able to get the Fanny pick as well. Just sneaking in that Fanny pick with no stoppers from inside of Falcons Vega. But it goes to show you that what we said as well on the early stages of Falcons Vega, when we're talking about the team, they have such a good way to win out these lanes, to win out these matchups individually, to a point where really the composition with no stoppers, everybody is a stopper when you can deal that much damage, right? Whenever the Fanny walks in, she almost instantly gets her HP deleted. And there were some points in the game where Falcons Vega, you know, the clear problem for Falcons Vega, the weakness point has got to be that discipline still. I think in the 10th minute, they actually had a solid chance to go for the end, but some of them overextended. Still, though, a very phenomenal performance for their first game here at MWI. 15-6, 15 minutes. And before I throw it back to you, Eterna, I just got to mention this, right? Terizla in itself is already a dirty pick. It's like, no resource, man. I'm going to just go in. I can go 0-5, and I can still be useful. Take a look at that build. I mentioned this a couple of times off cam to Eterna. She went first item Queen's Wings, and that was like 4th minute. Queen's Wings. Straight into, get this, the steel leg plates. And then the Dreadnought armor. She was just going for components up against CFU, and she knew that the magic damage dealers were already super behind, so she only needed to care about Tagami on the Fanny. And when that happened, Dreadnought done, Steel Leg Plates done, Queen's Wings done, yeah, no assassin, no damage dealer can get through that.
It was dirty, right?
Dirty.
Because even when we were talking about the Trizla, I was like expecting, okay, we'll definitely see something like the CC or the Export to try and counter the Trizla in the lane, but that's absolutely not what we saw in game number 1. And, you know, I gotta have a little bit of an applause, you know, for the two newcomers into the lineup, the two players that we're not used to seeing from, you know, Team Falcons Vega, or previously known as GPX Basreng, as Leo put it earlier on. But they get the highlight here, right? Funi as well as Maylane, they performed amazing. You can even see that she had the highest GPM for Maylane, and for Funi, highest amount of damage.
Definitely, man. I mean, Caramel definitely got to be careful, right? Because Maylane's performance has been phenomenal. If she continues to perform this way, maybe she's going to be a mainstay on the team for a long time, maybe even all the way for MWI, because that Roger performance was certainly amazing in tournament.
So, do you think she'll grab the PlayStation MVP?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Let's bring it out. The PlayStation Tournament's MVP for Falcons Vega. It's going to be Maylane. Whew. On point, 93% kill, 828 GPM. And even you mentioned earlier on that Sky Piercer and into the Thunderbelt was just, you know, the cherry on top of already a very dominating early game from this Roger.
Really is. It's, I think this was the Innocent build, like in MSC. I think it was Innocent that actually utilized this build a whole lot with the War Axe, first item, straight into the Sky Piercer, and then go into the Thunderbelt before the Windtalker. And I think that was the item build, the item path that was the choice for Maylane as well. War Axe in the early game to get an even harder snowball into the Sky Piercer. We already know what that item does, you know, we don't need to talk about it anymore. It definitely needs to be nerfed. Maybe it needs to be a bit more pricey, because 1,500 on a Roger that's snowballing all the way from the start. I love the priority, by the way, for Team Falcons Vega, and the priority for Maylane, because in the first neutral objective, most people would be like, hey, what are you doing as a jungler? Why are you letting the turtle get taken away by Tagami? And I would say as a Roger, no, that's great. You want to go for the kills. You want to go for the snowball through getting gold by getting those kills, and it actually went to become worth it. They got 2 kills in turn for the turtle, and it enabled her to go for those items. The Thunderbelt also, such a good way of putting down utility when you already know that the rest of your team does a lot of damage. You're just there as a Roger to execute, and that was the style that Maylane actually displayed. All she was doing was really waiting in the back, trying to go for the range form, and then whenever anyone goes low, she acts as the assassin. She wasn't a fighter, she wasn't a marksman mainly, she was an assassin that game.
So it poses the question, right? Because across all the tournaments after, as well as the emblems coming through, the new emblems coming through, she actually opted for Quantum Charge, not Warcry. What do you think about that?
I think the Warcry definitely, you know, it adds a lot of value, but knowing that the playstyle there for her was not about standing there for a long time, not about joining the teamfight for a long time, but actually executing Quantum Charge definitely allows you to go in, get out a little bit faster, knowing that the build she went for was a bit more of the boom, bang, you know, kind of hit and run, bada bing. You can add the bada bing too. It makes sense for the Quantum Charge more than the Warcry.
Shout out to Gani, by the way.
Shout out Gani.
And you know, shout out to you guys. How were your predictions in that first game? Were you guys right? Were you guys wrong? Or did you abstain? Because, you know, you have a little curse going on for yourselves, like our fellow friend here, Mirko, and his ongoing caster curse. You know, you guys can actually let us know of your next audience prediction in the STC predictions earlier on. The website was down there, so you guys can actually go to, you know, a quick refresh to take a look at that. But now, best of 2. We still have one more game between both of these teams. See if you had the better draft. Everyone kept mentioning it. What do they need to do now?
That's what's concerning now, especially after taking a big loss like that. It was pretty one-sided in game number 1. Now they're going to have, well, step number 1 has got to be reset. They really have to try to reset there while we're on a break right now for them, right? And then try to look for the normal CFU gameplay, because it almost felt like it was them forcing some of these big picks like the Harith in the gold lane, where you could definitely see that for Yui, she was very, very uncomfortable on the Harith. She wasn't able to fully bully Chinchao, and also Chinchao is an amazing laner. We were talking about how the side lanes have been amazing for the side of Falcons Vega. So the fact that Chinchao on the Claude was the one initiating, was the one going for poke, was the one trading, it was definitely not a good look for the Harith. The Harith was the one bullied in lane, and that's not supposed to happen.
But that's the problem. right? Because according to data and according to statistics, this Harith is actually a power pick for her.
Yeah.
So is it that she's not comfortable, or is Chincha just an amazing laner, like you mentioned?
That's the next point I was about to bring up. I think, we've been talking about the pressure on stage. It's a very, very big problem, usually for a lot of the players, especially making their debut here on the international stage. And some of you might say, they've been here on the international stage where offline is a bit different, right? It's way different. And the fact that you have a power pick, it doesn't always mean that you are going to be able to make it happen, make it work. Because especially for the Harith, it's a very high mechanical hero.
Yep.
You cannot get nervous, you cannot get those jitters, or you can't let those jitters get a hold of you. And it's time for her now to either double down on the Harith pick, knowing that it is her comfort pick, knowing that now, you know what? I'm just going to have to let it go. I'm just going to have to play with no pressure, or go for a completely different pick, a safer pick like weak side, and play for Tagami.
That's actually one of the things that I really wanted to mention. Despite them having to suffer that first loss in game number 1, a big props to Tagami.
Exactly.
Her reputation really preceded herself, right? I mean, a lot of people were saying that she was one of the best assassins in the current meta and so on and so forth. And we actually saw that, right? The Fanny, she was trying her best. At some point, she did go for a turtle steal under the nose of course, Falcons Vega. So definitely a big props to her, and hopefully she can stay consistent or even grow in this tournament, in the second game especially.
Yeah, I think doubling down on Tagami will be a great choice to go for, by the way, for the side of CFU, because, hey, she already performed so well in game number 1, and that was the game that they were actually losing all the way from the start. I think the way to enable her has got to be pick up the Terizla, or at least try to take that Terizla away, because having the Terizla in the XP lane, where even if you get a lane counter like the Xberg, like you mentioned earlier, Terizla's a non-lane. So if you pick it up, you have a lot more priority to play and enable your assassin jungler. We've been through this a whole lot as well in MSC. This is why Terizla has been so popular and so amazing. So yeah, either you ban it out or you pick it up. I think now that they are going to be on blue side, they have a chance to actually pick it up for themselves, and they can actually force out a lot of the other bans, like the Loyi, like the Chip, towards Falcons Vega. That was something that Falcons Vega was able to absolutely capitalize on in the drafts. They banned out respect heroes all the way, the Edith, the Ling, and then they left all those picks open.
I do believe was it the Hayabusa last ban for Falcons Vega?
Yeah.
So full respect.
Full respect.
But you know what? I'm not worried about CFU.
Why?
Because they have the support
Ooh, of what?
of the pandas on their jersey.
That's
Have
true.
you seen them?
That's true.
Man, guys,
We see a few pandas.
once they get on camera, we need to appreciate those pandas, man.
I want to appreciate those pandas too.
They're so cute.
Yeah, during the game,
panda
sometimes
sport.
the face cams goes to the panda shots, and we're just like, oh my god.
Was it not highlighting the players? Like the hand cam? Was it the panda? See,
See, it is a hand cam, but I look at the panda.
Yeah.
Would you perform better if you had a panda Eterna?
I'd love a koala.
Cool.
I was born in Australia.
All right, mate.
What about you?
I would take
A Lafelle?
I would take a Lafelle and a nice suit.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Anyway. I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay though, but that was good, because honestly, for Falcons Vega and for the side of CFU, that's what they need. They need additional ways to actually take the game, and even for Falcons Vega, because even though that was dominant all the way from the start, we did see weakness points. We did see that in a couple of ways, CFU were almost able to come back when they were actually kiting back. So they could go for that. They could go for the exact same way, where they actually try to play for the kite back, wait for these initiations, wait for the overextensions that Falcons Vega technically have a tendency to do, and then punish them.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the pandas.
Me too. To be fair, I am too.
It should be the next shot, right? We saw Falcons Vega earlier on camera, and we should be getting pandas after this. But while there we go. Oh no, it's covered.
Oh no.
No, show us
No
the
panda.
pandas.
They know that you don't get the panda. They need to win first, then you get the panda.
And it would be actually really great for them, right?
Oh,
Because-
panda!
There you go, panda. Hi, panda. Oh, so cute.
At this point, I
There
think
are
you're
5
gonna
of
be.
them.
There are maybe even more for the coaches.
You're right. You're right. And the coaches need it, right? They need to get their head in the game. I mean, technically, they did win that draft in the first game, so. See.
Are you saying the
A close
pandas
up.
are?
See, the cameraman gets me.
Yeah, they're happy with the pandas. They're happy with the pandas too. But you said the pandas, they definitely need that, and they did win the draft. Are you telling me that
I said the
pandas,
coaches.
Yeah. Do you mean that the pandas actually help the coaches draft?
it's support,
whisper?
right? If anything, it's support. Why are we talking about pandas?
Hey, turn it. You started this, man.
I'm sorry. Let's get back into the game, right? Because in this group, for CFU and Falcons Vega, the third team in their group is Cloud9. So,
Yeah.
if Falcons Vega can win 2-0 here, they definitely, it's almost a shoo-in for them to make it to the playoffs. But for CFU Serendipity, if they go 1-1, how do you think this is going to go?
Like we said, the group of death, it's definitely going to be very interesting if it is going to be 1-1, because then technically it leaves every team in the same spot. They're all 0-0. They have no points on for the leaderboards, and they're going to have to get a 2-0 win against one of them. And hey, there's a possibility that we get a tiebreaker too, so I'm not counting that out, not just yet.
Not just yet, as ladies and gentlemen, let's prepare you and let's welcome you into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series between Falcons Vega and CFU Serendipity. But it looks like there aren't any swaps. Falcons Vega still have that first pick with the Edith. It looks like this might actually be a similar drafting phase that we saw in game number 1.
I think it'll be exactly the same for the side of Falcons Vega, right, on blue side. And unfortunately, because CFU are on red, they're kind of already forced to make the same bans. It's Chip, it's Lo Yi. Maybe they'll change the last ban, right? Maybe they leave Juicin open, but I don't know. Now I'm actually kind of scared of the Juicin pick, right? Because why do they ban it out? They know something we don't. Has Falcons Vega been able to perform in scrims with the Juicin, or is it just respect?
That's a big question, right?
Prior
Or
respect.
what do they do? They can't leave the Luo Yi open either, right? It's too prio at this point. Despite the changes towards the Luo Yi and her ultimate, it seems like the Luo Yi still does have that impact, especially when pioneered or when steered in with the right person. But Vexana ban. So this is already a very big difference to game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Last time around it was the Hayabusa, but now it has been changed into the Vexana. The big question is now for CFU, do they want to still leave the Roger open for first pick, or are they still going to go with Susin?
I think, the Hayabusa is up for grabs. Technically, they can go for that, but yeah, that's a big question now for CFU. If they want to leave the Juicin open up against Falcons Vega, I think the other picks to ban, if they really want to go and, enable Tagami, maybe would be... we've seen this before as well. I think it was Liquid Echo versus Falcons AB Bren back in MSC, where Terizla became super prio towards a later stage. But again, the Roger was something that we were mentioning for first pick together with Ling all the way from the pregame, and it will be banned out here. Roger banned out. Hayabusa and Juicin left open for the draft. Blue side has a chance to pick it up, but is it that prio? Now that's the big question. That's a new question that arises once you answer with the Roger. And it turns out, nope, not as prio as that dirty Terizla DT.
Terizla gonna be first in picked for Falcons Vega. And I honestly wanted that question answered, right? I want to know how Zuxin fares in an international and a professional level. Does it work? Does it not work? Is it too squishy? Is her damage enough to penetrate through? But let's see, maybe it still does have the possibility to be popped up later on in this phase. But with the Terizla first in, do you think CFU are going to go for the exact same thing? Ruby and Harith was their choice earlier on, but with the Hayabusa left open, it's actually going to be a Hayabusa and a Ruby. Man, Tagami on the Hayabusa. Now that's something that I'd pay to watch.
Well, lucky for you, you get paid to watch. Because, the Hayabusa gets picked up here. It's a massive pick for Tagami. We saw just how lethal she was even on the Fanny. But now, the fact that they picked it up so early, right, it leaves it a bit more vulnerable compared to the Fanny pick that we saw last picked by CFU. Now Falcons Vega, they'll be aware of this Hayabusa pick, and they will go for a bit more of those stoppers. Also going for the Harith, now that the Roger has been banned out, they want to go for that lane prio, and this is also where Chinchao finds her comfort. The fact that she was already winning lane on a Claude against the Harith, now I guess we get to see what she can do on the Harith, a snowball pick, a pick that is known to bully other laners, and a Valentina too, to go for that flexibility. IMU the creativity of the players that play Valentina, usually they're a bit crazy, you know, especially here with an I'm Offended. And technically, I don't know if you want to take the shadow kill.
It's a good escape tool.
It's a good escape tool. That could be something they want to go for as well. But this could be also why the Valentina is super prio, is because it forces the enemy team to not go for any more big ultimates, right? Or go for too many big ultimates to try to overwhelm the Valentina. But in both those cases, it's kind of tough. If you don't give the big ultimates over, that means you're kind of limited yourself as to these big team fight moments. But if you do try to overwhelm the Valentina, if Valentina's smart enough, she'll be able to choose the right ultimate for every single team fight. But they go for the Claude, so we get this exact same matchup, just on different hands. And this is where we get to see whether maybe now it's just Claude. Claude's just better in lane, or maybe Chin Chao was just a laning beast.
I'll have the turntables, as Arashi likes to put it.
Michael
right?
Scott.
But you're right? Finally, we get to see this similar gold lane matchup, but on reverse, and we finally get to see the prowess of both these gold laners in their lane. Because like you mentioned, right, with a Harith and a Claude in one lane in the gold lane, it should be a shoe-in for the Harith. And not to mention now, Falcons Vega are holding really good side lanes, right? With the Terizla in the EXP lane, it's going to be a wonder how CFU are going to hold on to the prio, especially in the early stage of the game, right? If they don't have the prio in the gold lane, they don't have the prio in the XP lane, is there bank on the mid lane? But even then, Falcons Vega, they're quick to adapt, right? They're quick to react to this. The Lilia gets taken out. So what are the choices left to win in that mid trio?
You mentioned Inanna. It didn't really work out for them in game number 1, mainly because, well, their clear was okay too, but it's just really tough in game number 1 to go up against a Vexana plus a Carmilla when it comes to clear. Now they ban out the Minotaur, and the Tigreal is still up for grabs. That's a big pick, by the way, for Falcons Vega. They ban out the Yuzong. They might go for the Tigreal. If it's not picked up by CFU here, the Hayabusa is going to be in a lot of trouble. The Tigreal is one of the best picks, or I would say maybe the best pick when it comes to going up against Assassins, because once you go in, you get caught by that implosion, goodbye. Everybody's going to be able to follow up, and the Baksha ban is definitely interesting. I would have definitely thought, especially considering they have already picked up the Hayabusa early, that they want to go for the same exact bans as they did in game number 1 with the Minotaur and the Tigreal, but now they ban out the Baksha. At Falcons Vega, it really seems like they're already setting up for an Assassin pick, so the Baksha ban again is definitely something I'm going to be questioning, just like in game number 1. And they go for the Juicin debut!
Zuxin finally makes her appearance, ladies and gentlemen, in the Land of Dawn on the competitive scene. And what better way for Zuxin to come out than in the hands of CFU Serendipity. But Tigreal doesn't even show up here. It's going to be the Nolan and the Kufra. That was one of my main questions, right? You mentioned the Tigreal being one of the best stoppers, but if we're talking about best stoppers against Assassins, I mean, back in the day, it was either Ruby or Kufra. And now Kufra's back.
And technically for the Kufra, you get double the value here. You're up against the Hayabusa, you can cancel some of those dashes with the Quad Shadow, and you can also stop Ruby from dashing back and forth with her kit. Now it also kind of forces CFU to go for... What do they want to go for? It's great, by the way, for Falcons Vega, this Kufra pick. The Nolan pick, we expected, you know, an Assassin. That was already a great setup for them. They go for the Aura. Vengeance, yes, can go through the Bouncing Ball. Anti-CC. This time, though, I'm going to have to say Falcons Vega, it seems like they have got a great draft to take it all the way 2-0.
Good prio in every single lane. It's definitely a tough battle now for CFU, for our Cambodian representatives, ladies and gentlemen. If they want to have a fighting chance, if they want to put Cloud9, and if they want to eliminate Cloud9 right now, as well as Falcons Vega, they need to be able to at least take this to 1-1. But Mirko, are you ready for the deciding match?
Absolutely.
I'm ready for the deciding game, and I'm pretty sure the audience here in the Amazon Arena are also ready. So let's take a look into the casters. Leo, Trex, you there?
We're here and we're ready to go. The Kamai bring out the Jushin. And in her debut game, can she make it happen? Can she get the upset victory for CFU Serendipity over Team Falcons Vega?
Essentially, debut game in any international event, right? I don't think we've seen her anywhere else, really. And CFU is not disappointed with a variety of picks. We saw that they lacked a little bit of fundamentals in the last game. Is this maybe comfort for them?
All right, to their defense, it's less about them lacking and more of just Team Falcons Vega having the solution. Team Falcons Vega coming from a very developed region such as Indonesia, going up against CFU Serendipity, who, by the way, have some veterans. It's just tough to cut it close, you know what I mean? Looking at the laning this time around, Yui and we have here Abby roaming around. I'm still excited to see what this Jushin brings to the table. Going up against the mid lane matchup here. Check it out now. Thal and Funi. Oh, wow, look at this. You can't beat the reliable damage of Valentina.
You definitely can't. Whoa. But a nice grab onto Thal, brings Thal back. But we're already seeing the possibilities with the Jushin. Going to be interesting how this works out in a lot of these team fights. It's something we haven't gotten to see yet. Moshi Bang maybe looking for something here.
All right. Oh, no, Yui! Forced the flicker. She's put down a 10th of her health. She's going to be sent home. That's a TKO. Tagami thinking about an invade here. I like how Melee just picked the Nolan dead cold right there in that last slot. Up top, Yui Fendi, 2v1.
Major. I mean, both teams kind of playing the back and forth right now. But CFU, I think, know what's at stake here, and they're not forcing anything at all. They're definitely taking it a little bit slower. We're going to wait for this first turtle. And we might not see a lot until second turtle, but Falcons Vega doesn't want to let that happen. Look at the damage already. Drag back, though, under the tower. Mooney tries to come in, get some nice damage on Moshi Bang. Violet brings out the penalty zone, takes a little bit of damage back to herself, and nobody goes down. All right. I like how CFU Serendipity are playing super disciplined, and they're really holding their ground. The Tagami could have pressed. Oh, no, there's a jump by Thal! Nice knock up, but Yui able to respond back quickly. Yui needs this level 4 before this turtle and finally gets it. Both teams a little bit low on health. Got to go back to these buffs. All right, I'm going to say it now. 2.5 minutes in. There's going to be a point in time where Team Falcons Vega aren't going to rely too heavily on their ults. Like, they can start picking fights. They can just start playing footsies and checking range until CFU Serendipity is forced to push the button, whether that be on a final slash, on a quad shadow kill. And now here we go. Tagami looking for the angle in. Gets in and takes the turtle. A nice take for Tagami. And now they're looking for the turnaround, look for the possible grab onto somebody. Funi runs, Thal runs. They know they don't want to force this fight. They lost what they came for. As long as Tagami's around and she has the retribution, nothing is truly safe. Until you know that she's under some CC, until you know that she's out and away, you can never count out a potential for a steal down bottom, 1v1. Moshi Bang might not be able to get away from this. Hits the final slash, trying to vengeance through. Trying to get away, but falls right into it. First blood over to Violet. And up top, there's a jump by Thal. Gets the Tyrant's Revenge. Nice lock on. The damage locks in. Funi able to take out Abby to Blazing Duet to try to seal the deal, to try to turn things around. Tagami able to find Melee. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Team Falcons Vega not giving up just yet. Yue takes a little bit of damage, and Chincha might go to top. This is bad. Thal. Tagami has a shield, though. Should be okay. Yep. Check in with the quad shadow. Let's check out the STC replay. Moshi Bang, I think she was buying time. They knew that this bigger fight was going to break out up top. And yeah, Abby goes down, but there is a trade found eventually by Tagami. Jungler for a mid laner. I'd say to some extent that was worth it, especially if they could convert. Now in mid, Funi put down to half health. All right, they'll let that go. I'm still wondering how this Jushin is going to completely play out. Abby's taking a death now. I think it's huge that they got the kill onto Melee, though. We saw how well Melee did last time, especially a farmed Melee, a good fed Melee. And right now, putting this death on a Melee, I think is definitely a win for CFU this early on. Yeah, slow her down. She does so much when she's ahead. So if CFU Serendipity can find a way to get into a, I don't know, place where they can put some offense on the board, they can definitely maybe even see a 1-1. Now Violet hit with a final slash. Nice final slash. Penalty zone in response. In comes Thal. Trying to get the Talent's Revenge. Unable to walk on to anybody. Yue with a beautiful I'm offended onto 3 members. And in comes Tagami. Able to get the kill onto Violet. Looking for another one. Thal in a bad spot. Going to get pulled back from this Jushin, but doesn't need to because Yue gets the kill first. But Melee up against Yui Fendi. Yui Fendi trying to get away and able to.
All right, very rarely does a Claude walk away from a Nolan, right, with lethal intent. So she played that mid 1v1 very well. They are going to trade for a turret up top. That's a turtle scored by CFU Serendipity. 2 so far in this 5-minute game.
You got to point it out for Team Falcons Vega, though, still holding a gold lead. After being a little behind on kills, after being down 2 turtles, still just overall controlling. Playing the quad shadow, look for the target. Funi is forced to flicker there. Backs off, uses the IMU just to get away. CFU unable to get a kill there, but we see the aggression from both teams.
All right, Funi stealing away the ult from Abby's Jushin actually made a difference there. There was a lot of passive ticks that helped not just underneath the turret, but from CFU Serendipity pushing forward. Say what you will about this 500, 600 gold lead that the Kamai are behind on, but they're still very aggressive. Thal now finds one.
Oh, continues to be aggressive, just hanging out in these bushes, looking for him nonstop. Able to connect, and if one of those connects onto more than just one person, it's going to be trouble for CFU.
And it's likely, it's easy for Team Falcons Vega to set up, because again, a lot of what Thal wants to do are not her ults. Like, her ult is barely what counts. The jump and the ball is what really gives CFU Serendipity here a massive headache. Approaching the final turtle of the game here, about 45 seconds in. Chinshaw scores her Feather of Heaven there. And best believe, we haven't even seen this Harith be part of fights yet. So there is going to be a power spike coming in from Vega.
And Funi just took that I'm offended, so watch for the big I'm offended play from Funi here. Funi's been a star from game 1 to now, showing up for Team Vega. CFU, though, we see the possibilities they've had here. We see Tagami actually able to pop off on this hero. Thal misses the jump. CFU will be able to get away from this, and a beautiful I'm offended onto Thal. Thal brought down to about 20% health. Here comes a concealed prey from Tagami and Yue. But Team Falcons know it's coming. They back off down to the turtle pit.
A lot of resources spent in there by both roamers. Moshi Bang being an XP laner allows for her to kind of play with the range. Now Thal jumps in.
Another big damage onto Yue. Chincha able to get the kill, but more damage responding onto Thal. Chincha with his Mon's Force able to bounce it back and forth, causing destruction as she moves forth. Thal, Funi down, Yue down as well, but there goes Abby. It's 2 for 2 now. Team Vega evens the playing field, but watch for Moshi Bang so low right now. Gonna try to vengeance through, but does not get away. Violet gets the kill. Yui Fendi, though, trying to pick up some pieces up in the top side, able to take an inhibitor, but Vega doesn't care because, once again, they get the main artery.
STC replay coming in, even in these macro and micro moments, right? The team fight, the map. You see that both teams are trying to one-up each other, but so far, it seems like Falcons Vega are the ones who don't let through much. You give them an inch, they take, maybe not a mile, but they take a yard. And that's a lot when you're looking at a game that's this tight. 5 to 6 right now, last turtle up for grabs. Oh, this is a turtle that's long overdue. Best believe as soon as this resets, it's gonna turn into a Lord. And, all right, Falcons Vega let it go.
They might be okay with it. Falcons Vega, they have a little bit of gold lead. They're not too worried about this. There it goes, gonna turn into a Lord. And while this is happening, Melee knows. Melee's not worried about it. I'm gonna get this purple buff, I'm gonna farm some more, live my best life.
Yep, which, by the way, Yui Fendi actually dealt more damage than expected. Thal caught out.
More damage on a Thal. Yue tries to lock him up. A nice final slash. Thal unable to do anything. Abby actually gets a kill this time, and here comes a blazing duet. Tagami finds Chinshaw. Violet now on the run. CFU turning the tables, flipping him over, taking him out. A disaster for Team Falcons Vega. A 3 for nothing. Can CFU convert this to a Lord, though?
Didn't expect to see that come in that quick. Now Funi playing here in the River Brush. Lets it go. Suddenly a turn of events here that none of us expected. CFU Serendipity folded up Team Falcons Vega, put them in a box and sent them home. You see how far away Mei Lane was? Like, she can't fight against 3 or 4 members of CFU Serendipity, not like that.
Definitely watch for Thal. I mean, Thal's just, and it's maybe at a point now where Thal has to be a little more careful about those jump-ins, a little bit more careful about those face checks on these bushes. If Yue's able to get the catch first, it becomes a problem.
Au contraire, I think it's right for her to just keep throwing herself at the opponent.
Okay.
Because she can afford it. She's a roamer.
Fair.
But
the rest of the team has to be careful.
That, and maybe now you have to consider Team Falcons Vega, they got to be asking themselves, who's the beatdown? Are we in a position of aggression, or should we defend first and then find a way to rope a dope? Right now, I think it's the latter. They're defending up top. There's a mid lane for the CFU. So you might get final slash.
Big final slash at that. As Mon's Force does a drop. Nice damage from you, Fendi. Tagami tries to come in, gets bashed against the wall. Can they capitalize? Tagami with the quad shadow gets the unstoppable kill. And that's the thing. Even when they stop Tagami for a second, you just click that ultimate, click that shadow kill, and the damage secured.
Not just. Tagami had a safety net. She had a couple more shadows here to jump by Tal. She knows she can't do this. That's a tier 2 taken down. Yui Fendi gets another push. And that's it. Wow. CFU Serendipity. The Kamai are in control. And at the forefront is Tagami, 5-0-3. The Kamai Kunoichi. Dude, that's why Falcons Vega banned out the Hayabusa in game 1. They knew she was up to something.
They knew, and I was actually very surprised that they switched it up in the draft because they won game 1 with that ban phase, and they drop it and ban out the Vexana.
They let it through.
Yeah, they let it through, ban out the Vexana instead, and now it's fighting. It's taking them down.
It's giving comeback.
It's giving comeback.
All right, so let's talk about Team Falcons Vega's chances for a way to claw back into this. Again, that does sound like we are over-exaggerating the lead that CFU Serendipity has, but honestly, they're playing from a position of, I'd say, they're down, right? Especially after what happened in game 1. But now, looking at 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity have snowballed out of control. I think Team Falcons Vega should have had the easier snowball in the mid-game.
So now at what point? I mean, luckily CFU hasn't escaped too far away, right? Team Falcons Vega only about 1,000 behind, 1,500 behind. But CFU has hit a nice spike with Tagami 5-0-3. They got the snowball this time. What's the big play for them on this next Lord?
Falcons Vega have to get to that point wherein Fal can throw out these jumps without dying. By buying the immortality just about 2 seconds ago, that should help. That, and I haven't really seen Violet hit an amazing penalty zone. Maybe she doesn't have to hit a penalty zone. Maybe she just has to hit 1 or 2. But easier said than done when you're looking at not just an I'm offended, but also a final flash. Moshi Bang has been, you know, doing a lot of work. Like when you see that animation, oh, that's kimochi, that's oishi for the Japanese. I mean, it's a delicious initiation.
That's the mochi, the mochi.
That's Japanese cuisine.
Mochi,
They're
mochi.
Kamai.
Hey man, they're the Kunoichis.
No, that's Tagami. Here's a jump by Tal.
Oh, nice pick on to Abby here. The penalty zone misses too. Mochi Bang able to get the final slash to dash through, and in comes Yui Fendi with the blazing weapon. Too much damage onto Yui. Meilane picks it up, finds it. That's 1 down for CFU. Tagami playing the bush, looking for a possible play here. In comes Abby as well. 4 members pushing back Falcon Vega.
Oh, wow. Falcons Vega hit him where it hurts. CFU Serendipity, they were still playing the map. They were looking for a play. Team Falcons Vega set it up maybe 5-10 seconds too early. They did not expect. Yui gets a jump in.
Yui going to be in trouble here. The lock on the damage. Luan's force, and that's enough to get Chincha the kill. Next going to move on to Abby. Abby's got to get back, able to get the stun on to Chincha. Mochi Bang there as well, but Chincha able to find Abby. Now Tagami just hiding in the bush. They're going to have to give this Lord up most likely.
They slipped up. This is the equivalent of a banana peel. Honestly, they could have done better to check those bushes, stuck together, knew that there were more members of Falcons Vega on the map, but now they had to concede a massive objective. This is a scaled up Lord. And it all started with that pickoff on Yui Fendi, and then another one on Yui, another one eventually on Abby. It's all crashing down. What is it, 14 minutes? This is the Lord that jumps.
This is the Lord that jumps. Very true. Couldn't have said it better myself. Looking at some of these items, there's one thing that Meilane has done great, and that has always kept up with Tagami. Right now, holding the lead.
I mean, the shutdown gold has to matter, right? Who did they shut? There's not even a shutdown gold. They just farmed out of their minds after the pickoff.
Farming their minds off.
Now she's up by 700, 1,800 gold. That's huge. And all right, luckily Tagami doesn't have her Skypiercer stats reset, right? So they can find a way to get in again, clean house, but first off they gotta defend.
All right, final slash does come in for Moshi Bang there, but the Lord is coming down to about 70%. Gets the dash onto the wall, gets the smash. Looking for something here. Falcons Vega playing the distance, keeping it slow, keeping it steady. Minions able to come through, but unable to get an inhibitor, and they back off. Another wave coming. Are they going to try to force this? CFU look for the play themselves. Tagami playing the quad shadow once again. Dashes to the back into the base. Penalty zone, lands into the wall. And a nice final slash into the response. We'll see if you try to capitalize. Mochi Bang goes down first. Out comes a blazing duet. Tagami forced back, looking for the quad shadow, unable to lock out the damage, and Thal with a big revenge against the wall. Tagami now on the run. The Shinigamis are here. Team Falcons Vega looking to wipe them out, but Tagami wants to defend, but they're already on the base. CFU, I don't know if Tagami can do it all by herself. Too low, too late, not enough time. Team Falcons Vega with the 2-0.
They lost some altitude in the mid to the late game transition, but they found a way through a series of pickoffs, a series of sudden rotations. CFU, serendipity, despite being in control for majority of the game, slip up and end on a 2-0 victory for the Falcons.
We saw promising hope in that game from CFU, and it makes me excited in the games to come for them. But Team Falcons Vega show that they just have a steadiness to them. They have that, they got that dog in them. They're ready to hold it out and wait for that moment to pull it off.
And it's that veterancy combined with, again, that dog, that grit that they've had for a while now, that they had running all through these years. Again, they got a chip on their shoulder. They have a shadow looming over them where they can't beat the best of the best, but they know that they can be the best. And they started off strong here in the very first matchup of MWI 2024. Congratulations once more. And I gotta be honest with you, Trex, folks watching at home and even in the Amazon Arena, this puts CFU Serendipity in a very dangerous place in their minds. We're gonna go to the stage right now. We'll be hearing from Cheryl and Barak.
What an amazing, amazing, amazing match there for Falcons Vega as they soar high against the Kamai 2-0. Mirko.
Phenomenal performance. It almost looked like CFU were definitely going to take that game, right? I mean, knowing that they were able to take the snowball from the early game as well, some of these fights were really just 50-50. Super, super close, but this was the big fight that really gave CFU a massive advantage. It was the 5th minute of the game. This was when they got the hold of the game. After this, straight into the turtle, straight into these objectives, and then really punishing on these initiations from Falcons Vega. Because I think all the way from the draft as well, we were talking about how the Tigreal would be the best choice here for Falcons Vega, and I think I will still stand by that, knowing how Tal played the Kufra here. It definitely felt like it's more of a Tigreal playstyle, but hey, in the end, they were still able to make it work through the reactive plays again. But whenever Thal was the one initiating, it never looked that good. Because obviously, with this kind of lineup, when you have a Terizla and a Kufra, you want the Terizla to be the one opening up the map. You want the Terizla to be the one baiting out a lot of these resources and then initiating first for the Kufra then to follow up with the Tyrant's Revenge, with the Rage as well, finding them and really capitalizing on the clump-up team fight that was already set up by the Terizla. And in the end, we definitely got to see that where they actually comboed it perfectly with the Valentina, with the Nolan, and the Harith. And it just goes to show you, by the way, how scary the Harith still is. We were talking already many times with other analysts, with other casters, that the Harith has really fallen off at MSC. Yeah, never mind. MWI, completely different story. Harith just going through everyone.
Back on track, especially that the Roger was banned out earlier on, right? The Harris still a big gold laner to kind of watch out, and we finally get to see Chinchao shine, right? Because from the first game, I was expecting that Chinchao would, carry through as she usually does in a normal Falcons Vega gameplay, but in game number 2, finally she gets her moment. It was her time to shine. She was, holding the GPM. She had the highest damage dealt towards the end, had a Maniac under her belt as we do present you, ladies and gentlemen, the PlayStation MVP. It goes to Chinchao. 11 KDA.
9-1-5. I think I just really gotta give props to the composure that Chinchao has in this game on the Harith. This is not a pick that would usually be able to fully carry in the late game, right? I mean, there are certain conditions to be met in the later stage of the game for you to carry, but luckily for them, they were able to still play along with the Harith in the mid game. That's where Chinchao is still at her peak when it comes to this hero, and you can see the understanding of Chinchao, of this hero as well, knowing exactly when to take these fights. I think it was one time that she was picked off, it was around the bottom lane, that's why she had that one death. Yeah, I think it was no, not this one, the other one. But anyways, for Chinchao, the fact that she only died once up against this composition that was built to really punish someone like a Harith who wants to jump in, who wants to be up and close, up and personal. She played it really well. Purifies as well, always well-timed to get out of these sticky situations, even when she dove in with the team.
For sure, for sure. And I think one of the biggest, turning points for Falcons Vega in that game, that CFU Serendipity were leading for that certain point, was that Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
Right?
Power
As
spike.
soon as that Holy Crystal hit in for Chinchao, that's when things kind of went badly for CFU Serendipity. And actually, that does put Falcons Vega at #1 in the standings, ladies and gentlemen, in group number A. That's not a number, actually. That's a letter.
Letter.
By the way, But it looks like we are going to go to a short break before we get into match number 2, where, again, the CFU Serendipity will have to go head-to-head against Cloud9. To see their performance, we're going to throw to the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio here for MWI XEWC. And we have an update now for the audience prediction. 91% for Falcons Vega earlier on, and it looks like you guys were right.
91% to 9%.
Like, I don't know what that feels like.
I don't know what that feels like, right? I mean, I think if you told me to predict, I definitely would have said CFU, so I'm in the minority.
I mean, like, if you make a wrong prediction, you can cover it up and say it was a curse.
Right, yeah. I mean, so do I say it's a curse now?
Yeah.
CFU will win against Cloud9.
Wait, so are you saying... Anyway, let's keep that a secret.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, after that grueling match between Falcons Vega and, of course, CFU Gaming, unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they don't have much time as they're going in for the upcoming showdown by, of course, Dr. Sulaiman here. C9 now against CFU Gaming. C9, a region all the way from North America, but, you know, people consider this to be a multinational roster, right? If I open up my stats here, right? We have a Filipino, we have a Chinese representative, we have a player from South Korea and even Thailand, and the coach is Filipino as well. It's Midnight, same coach for the Cloud9
I know him.
males. Oh, you do?
Yeah, Mr. MPL, because he casts MPL usually, you know? Yeah, I think for C9, it's really, really cool that we get to see this kind of roster, right, from NA as well. And really, I'm expecting a lot coming in from the C9 roster. The fact that some of these players actually, you know, went and they play the normal league usually. So they have experiences already going up against some of the men's teams. And I think they're definitely going to be able to use that and bring it up here.
Especially for Nicolette, right? She has experience from NACT, from BTK, and now she's coming into the female Cloud9 team as their jungler. So she had to transition from that mid lane role into the jungle. Now, a lot of questions are there, right? How well will she do in the jungler position, a new position that she's coming into straight onto the international stage?
Seems like we're definitely going to be seeing an assassin versus assassin battle. We've already seen assassin versus assassin in game 1, so technically for Cloud9 coming in fresh now, up against a team who just suffered a 2-0 loss. It definitely puts the advantage on their side, right? Not a lot of data as well for Cloud9, and meanwhile for CFU, now that game 1 is over, now they also have a lot of data based on the previous tournaments. Takami, Abby, Yue, Yufendi, they're all going to have to pop off. They're all really going to have to show off those unique metas that we were talking about. We were always hyping things off for CFU. It's the thing that we were hyping up about CFU is their cheese picks, their unique picks. So I want to see that now.
You know, technically, we should have known a little bit about them, right? Because technically, 3 members from the side of CFU Serendipity were at MWI last year under Impunity Starlets. So 3 of them are utilizing the knowledge that they have as well as the experience that they have to hopefully pull through in their second game of the day to try and lead and come back on track if they do want to make it to the playoffs. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the stage is ready for the upcoming battle between both of these teams. Let's see what we see on the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back and assalamu alaikum. Salam, Cheryl.
Salam indeed.
Amazing stuff took place in the first match. 2-0, wow.
Yes, I'm incredibly excited, to have watched the very first match opening up MWI 2024. We've seen the likes of CFU, actually losing the first match itself and coming back here into match 2, with barely enough time to come together. What we do know is definitely they are warmed up and ready to go. We have seen Falcons Vega taking the first win with a 2-0 clean sweep, even though in match 2 their positions were a little bit challenged, but they're here to show who is boss. So speaking of which, we're jumping straight in to match 2 for the day. We're going to be seeing the likes of Cloud9 all the way from America.
Let's go.
Incredible stuff, and those are the beautiful faces coming from Cloud9. I know all of you guys in the comment section would be absolutely buzzing for all of these girls because that's all we see in the comment section. So who are you rooting for? Let us know in the comments section, guys. So without further ado, Bar, take the lead for our next team.
Let's go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going against the team. Let's hear it all the way from Cambodia. Let's hear it for CFU Serendipity.
Stuff that are the beautiful ladies coming from CFU Serendipity. Now, despite facing a 2-0 loss earlier, what we do know about competitive players is that they will definitely bounce back. Earlier on in match 1, it's nothing but a warm-up. So they're here, ready to go and take on Cloud9.
You got that right. And of course, to get more into the details of the matter, we are ready to hand it over to the studio. Ready?
Take it away.
Yalla!
Yalla indeed. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara, for introducing the debut now for Cloud9, our representatives all the way from North America. Man, how do you think that they will be faring against CFU Serendipity?
I think it all comes down to if they feel the jitters, but also side selection. That's a massive choice to go for. Massive decision to make, and CFU this time, after taking 2 consecutive losses on the red side, they will finally go and take the blue side, and this will force the chip ban coming from Cloud9. My question is right now for Midnight, at least for the men's team, same coach, they don't like to ban the low E. For some reason, they want to leave the low E open. They want to leave some of these big picks open and then try to counter it. My question is, will we see a kind of draft? They're already kind of going for that. Now Ling banned out, really respecting Tagami as an assassin threat in the jungle. Do you think the low E is going to be left open?
That's the big question.
Right?
I mean, they're forced to, right? But then that also poses a larger threat at hand. The Roger that we've seen just really dominate, especially in that first match of the day, in that game 1, in the hands none other than Maylene. So what's the choice here? Luoyi, Roger, and Harith. Harith technically has been banned out now. But what do you think here?
I wonder if the Moskov is actually still in priority, right? Because technically in game number 1, or match number 1 rather, both games we did not see the Moskov at all. We got to see the same picks, Claude, Harith in the gold lane, the Roger in the jungle, then banned in game number 2. Hayabusa is going to be banned now. That's interesting already. you can already see the respect given over by CFU towards C9. Knowing that Nicolette, we got this from Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Wagner.
He said, be careful. Nicolette is probably going to play the Assassins.
And I love that, right? Because statistically, people were expecting that Nicolette would bring out, utility jungle, right? Barats, Fredrin.
Please, no.
I know you don't
Not
like
again.
it. I know you don't like it. And I know it doesn't work as well in this current meta, but let's see. Let's see if Nicolette is ready to pick up an assassin in the jungle. We do still have the Nolan. We do still have the Amon technically. But with the Zuxin being banned out here, the Roger and the Luo Yi have been left open, ready to be picked up by both of these teams. The priority should definitely be on Roger, right? Right?
I don't know. At this point, usually Luo Yi... Oh, no, it's not Roger. It's not Luo Yi. Does seem like for CFU, they're going to go for the Terizla first pick. Really, really adopting that style that was utilized earlier by Falcons Vega. We were talking about how Terizla just finds so much value, especially if your jungler wants to go for Assassins. And now I'm glad that we see that adaptation being made by CFU, but it gives over the chance for Cloud9 to go for Roger and Luo Yi. And it should be the picks here coming in from Cloud9. It should be Roger, it should be Luo Yi. They get a good flex pick, they get an amazing mid laner too. And finally, maybe we get to see that midnight brain power that we've been waiting for since MSC.
We'll see. Will it be the Luo Yi? Will it be the Roger? Or will they go for more comfort here? I mean, there you go. That's a Luo Yi.
Not a Roger, though. Carry.
It's a carry.
Huh.
I mean, technically, for Panda in the gold lane, that it is one of her comfort heroes, but Roger was also. So technically now CFU can pick it up for themselves and utilize it once again as a great flex. What was the idea behind this carry, Mirko? Is it to shred down the front laners that now CFU are holding? They have the Edith and the Angela.
Yeah, I think at first glance you might not like the carry pick, but then if you do your research, right, if you look at CFU, especially considering in game number 1, Edith was banned out, the Terizla was taken away from them. CFU really like to go for these tanky lineups, and going for the carry pick here might actually help them a lot later on in the mid to late game stage, but they still need to try to utilize this Luo Yi power all the way in the early to mid game. They need to try to capitalize on this, right? Because if they really just play for the carry, then really what's the Luo Yi for, right? I mean, these ambushes, it's going to be really tough. They can go for a Kaja carry combo plus the Luo Yi. We've seen that many times before. You get the diversions, get the Kaja into a great spot to go for the flank, and then the carry just goes and light wheels. That's carry's voice time. But they go for the Nolan first, which is interesting because it's technically the complete opposite of what CFU want to go for. CFU, full tanky, sustainability, and the other side is like burst damage.
But if they want to go for that pickup strategy, I mean, technically the Nolan still falls in line, and obviously they want to try and utilize their advantage in the timing to prevent CFU from banning it out, because I guess the other assassins that are up on the table would be the Nolan or the Fanny, right? So they pick up the Nolan first in order for it to be secured before it gets banned out by CFU, and if they still want to go for the Kaja, they technically do still have the chance to. And obviously the Kaja carry, the burst coming through from the Nolan as well. Even the Luo Yi does have also bursts as well as a holding onto the side lanes. It can definitely try and hinder if CFU want to go for an assassin too.
Yeah, great export ban, by the way, coming in from CFU. It's definitely gonna mention the export here would find a lot of value for Cloud9. But knowing that they have the Luo Yi, the carry, and the Nolan, it's gonna be really hard if CFU actually get an assassin or a physical damage or whatever kind of damage dealer in the gold lane that acts as a hyper carry. So I'm thinking this is going to be a bit scary for CFU, technically, especially up against that Nolan. But if they have this tanky front line already and they want to play front to back, now that the Claude has been banned down, maybe they can go for something like an Atan. Very scary, by the way. It's not the best pick right now, knowing that the early game is, there's a whole lot of emphasis on the early game. You want to get that snowball going, but having these many frontliners, it definitely already kind of increases the threat of an Natan if ever it gets towards the mid game, if ever it gets towards the Holy Crystal. 3 atom power spikes, and with the Angela, maybe none of these members can actually burst him down. CFU, they might also have to think about picks like the Kaja, because if they do want to go for a hyper carry, whether it be in the jungle or in the gold lane, nothing can really escape the Kaja, huh? That's why for C9 they ban out the Claude, because technically the only way to get out is a blink. Claude has that. Natan has that too, but it's a bit harder to pull off. Not as instant. You have to tap, tap. Double tap.
C9 are looking confident here. You can see them, you know, high-fiving one another, holding hands, giving each other support.
That's confidence.
It's confidence, man.
That's why I never high-five.
Yeah, Mirko's not that confident.
Yeah.
So Kaja an option? Could they still go for something else? But they don't. They go for a healer instead. They go for a support in with the Florin being picked up. So who will be their setting here? Their setup hero, right? I mean, technically Terizla's been taken off the board. What's left to set up in that EXP lane, right? Assuming for C9 in order for them to make this lineup work, because they have the damage, they have the healing and the support coming through from the Florin, but what about the setup?
Who's tanky enough? They got 4 very squishy members on the team. No Terizla, they go for the Roger, CFU, Roger and Joy. Oh, CFU's got a scary composition. They got the fundamentals down too. Oh man, I'm not too sure.
Wait,
C9.
Joy Jungle?
Yeah, Joy Jungle, Roger Gold. This is something that we don't see a lot, but no stoppers. There's no one that can really stop the Joy. The electrifying beats back then before the nerf. It's great because, you know, no one can CC you. If there's no CC on an enemy team, then electrifying beats does all this. It's the same. Even basically pre-nerf Joy here. So C9, there's no Ruby to go for. There's no Xborg.
What's the choice?
I mean,
Jewel likes playing
Esmeralda.
CC and Esmeralda. I was about to say. Her 3 comfort heroes are Terizla, Esme, and CC.
I mean, Edith and Angela, right? There's shields there that you want to try to capitalize on, but this, by the way, they're really looking for a snowball, right? Because if they don't get a snowball, oh, it's tough. But even then, Florin, it's not meant to snowball. What? I'm kind of confused, but hey, it's Mr. MPL Midnight.
You know, anything can happen at this point, right? Esmeralda debut, Florin debut. We've got a lot of debuts in our upcoming match of the day. Leo, Trex, take us away.
And away we go, back into the land of dawn, back into the games. It's match number 2 in the opening of MWI 2024. Leo and Trex at your service. It's C9 and CFU Serendipity in action. Trex, you know a little bit more about C9 than I do, than the regular viewer. What's up with this Esmeralda?
I mean, it's a comfort pick for Jewel. And to defend it as well, there are a lot of shields on the side of CFU.
There's a few.
I mean, a few shields, yeah. And some possibilities for more depending on who the Angela picks and everything. So, I mean, yes, it could be something that Cloud9's been workshopping on. It could be something to just give Jewel some comfort in that EXP lane. This is game 1 on a big stage. Jewel is the rookie of the team along with the Xayah. So maybe make sure they're comfortable, make sure she's comfortable, and focus on Panda, Ashley, and Nicolette.
And off of CFU, this is definitely a do or die. It's dire. Again, just by the way the schedule works, and if they get swept here by C9, then that's a sure elimination. Group A has its 2 teams moving up, but for now, we focus on the early game. Moshi Bang versus Jewel, Esmeralda versus Terizla up top. It's Panda going up against Yui Fendi. And again, just as how it is, like the Roger just start bullying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of possibilities for the Roger. Wondering how this Tagami versus Nicolette is going to go down. Nicolette kind of debuting some of these assassin picks here. We know that Nicolette has had a large hero pool variety, has played some other positions before, but how is it going to be when you're playing with the big girls?
On the big stage, Abby here, bursted down, 2/3 of her health. Nicolette, quick rotation through, back in the XP lane here. About a quarter of a minute until the turtle spawns. For those of you who don't know, Nicolette, also known as Apple, played a good couple of years as a mid laner. And I guess, you know, from all of those mechanics and all of the map control you have, I guess it was just natural for her to pick up. Oh, nice steal by Moshi.
Beautiful steal by Moshi, honestly, very clean.
That was a tip
from the bush.
That was a tip of that revenge strike. Just whoop.
That's all it took. into the bot lane, but both teams taking things slow. CFU knows what's on the line here. They know it's a deciding match for them. They need to at least secure a 1-1 here. Cloud9 also needs to kind of at least secure a 1-1 because they know what's ahead of them. Vega, the monsters of the group, essentially. And here comes Cloud9 looking for the possible dive here. Big penalty zone on 3 members of Cloud9, but the damage does respond. Yue able to get to her Earthshaker. Jewel goes down first. Nicolette looking for a target, gets caught up against the wall. This is big damage. Tagami comes in, gets the kill. It's 2-0. Cloud9 down.
Single-handedly off of Moshi Bang's monstrous penalty zone. She turns the tide and is my personal MVP in that first engagement, which turns into a massive turtle here. SEC replay, seeing again the aftermath of that penalty zone. I think they missed the most important part. It was just a second prior to this, but this is the aftermath. This is the result.
It's going to be huge. They're going to have to find a way to work around that. They're going to have to keep eyes on Moshi Bang. We saw the Terizla in previous games. Moshi Bang is able to pull some big moves off, especially early game. I feel like that's when Moshi Bang really shows up sometimes.
Again, benefit of the doubt for Cloud9 looking at it optimistically. This is a lineup that takes a while to get up. You have to wait for Ashley to find these odd angles for maybe Nicolette and Jewel to jump through. But looking at how CFU Serendipity are playing and how they have such a huge chip on their shoulders after what happened in the first series of the day, I don't think these ladies are going to make it easy. Like, they are going to have eyes on the back of their head saying, you know, what's in this bush? Where's the rotation coming in? While being aggressive. Look at this now, Yui Fendi. And Yui, like, Tagami just coming and helping out.
Yeah, Tagami, just to make sure that there's no funny business from Cloud9 here. No, I like what you said there. CFU, there's either two ways you take a big sweep like that, like losing like that. You either break down.
It crushes you.
It crushes you, or now you're angry, right? Now you're hungry, you know what's on the line, and you feed off that. And so far in game number 1, CFU is feeding off of it. Cloud9 needs to find the response. Turtle going to be up in 30 seconds. Jewel having a little bit of trouble against Moshi Bang in the boss side, and Tower goes down in the top side.
That's a flicker forced out of Abby here, but I think that should be fine. You are looking at an Angela, relatively low necessity hero. Like, all she needs is her ult, and then she's in the fight, so she can keep herself safe there. Look at this deep cut by Moshi Bang. It's been a while. Like, we rarely see this interaction in the XP lane, right? Because Esmeralda is a non-meta hero. But look at this, a level gap between Moshi Bang and Jewel. And I can only imagine what the gold is like, right? Look at this, 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity.
Yeah, and a lot of it's probably in the pocket of Moshi Bang. A lot of it. Luckily, Nicolette and Tagami at least at an even leveling field. So it's a good thing for Cloud9 when it comes down to some of these neutral objectives. You do have the dashes, and look at the possible play onto Yui Fendi here. Ashley, Xayah both hiding out in the bush. They get the pin. Yui Fendi looking for the getaway. A lot of damage onto Panda with the speedy light wheel. Out comes the Heart Guard. More damage. Can they find Yui Fendi here? Nicolette trying to lock on, gets the kill. Yui Fendi goes down. It's a 1 kill, though, onto the gold lane for the Turtle. Was the trade worth it?
I'd say it wasn't, but Cloud9 are just doing what they can, right? The fact that it being Yui Fendi makes it close to 50-50, makes it almost worth it, almost a wash. But I'd say CFU Serendipity are okay with that, just as long as they don't slip up and let these pickoffs turn into massive objectives. Because look, their map is pristine. All turtles their way, not a single turret taken out. Looking at the item game here, yeah, can't confirm that's almost 1,000 between Moshi Bang and Jewel. But yeah, no, interestingly enough, Nicolette is above Tagami.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be important, even with the death. Holding only 100 gold lead, but still could turn it into more. Cloud9 need to now, I mean, this is their time. They're going to hit a spike at some point. Probably around, like, 3rd Turtle. They'll have a moment where maybe they can really do something. First Lord. But if CFU is able to really just give them the stiff arm here, it's going to be trouble. A little bit of damage on Moshi Bang. Panda with the sidestep, able to get more shots onto Yui. But CFU are playing the macro game. They're taking towers. They don't care about fights.
Yep, they're circling their prey as if they took the clouds themselves into the deep blue sea. The Sharks have taken another turret down bottom, and I appreciate what Jewel is trying to do here. Like, again, when the cat's away, the mouse plays, right? So when it's a free lane, you get that push in so that eventually the map opens up for Panda, which, by the way, we got to counter blessings. Panda hasn't died yet. As a C9 fan, as a fan of NA, as a growing and developing scene, again, this is the first time that an NA women's team has joined the MWI in its 3-year history. You kind of want to get what you can, right? Out of these small trades, out of this relatively silent part of the game, like entering the mid game, I think this helps Cloud9. I think just the fact that they're allowed to push a little, jockey for position, allow for Nicolette to take these buffs here and there, this helps Cloud9 maybe find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the reasons they went for that gold lane gank early on, even sacrificing the turtle for is give Panda a good game. Make sure Panda's a little bit ahead of Yui Fendi possibly, because Panda could end up being the big saving grace. They're already kind of locked into a mid-late game condition at this point, taking those few early deaths. They got to look for something. They do have the heal with the floor, and there's some possibilities there. But CFU, all they got to do is just keep pushing, keep playing these off lanes, keep playing the pressure. Don't force fights, just play for objectives.
And now there's the last turtle of the game, scored by Tagami, and there's a fight.
A lot of damage on Exai, able to get some heal back though. In comes the penalty zone, able to commit. Abby gets the kill onto Exia. Ashley now in trouble. The electrifying beat's able to lock on, bringing Ashley down to about half health. Tagami still forcing the field, dancing with danger right now. Jewel gets the falling star moon, but unable to do too much. CFU got what they came for once again, another tower.
Whenever you fight CFU, especially with this kind of lineup, it's never a fair fight. You're never thinking, oh, it's just the same 4 or 3 ladies. You always have to think of Abby. And the way that Tagami and Yui Fendi just kind of dove in there and just, all right, threaten these fights. If you even think of diving us, then you suffer the consequences of a puppet on strings. I think Exia's not there yet. Exia can hit the blooms, but their lineup isn't built just yet. Her heroes don't have the items just yet, the damage output, to make that heal make sense.
Yeah. I think it's completely right? And I think overall, we're looking at Exia, we're looking at Jewel, the 2 rookies right now on the team. It's their time to step up. They got to be able to do something. Here comes the diversion play. Can they lock onto Yui Fendi here? The stun almost connects. Heartguard does come out, but the Lycan pounce onto Exia, brings her down to about half health. Jewel now on the run as well. Yui Fendi doesn't want to give it up. Yui also looking for Ashley, gets a toss-up, gets a knock-up. Ashley actually able to use the Purify, just dance around that, get some damage back. Jewel now get involved as well. Nobody goes down on either team.
That's a pacifist run, just putting enough damage on a Cloud9 to force them back, and they eventually do get that push down bottom. CFU Serendipity shrinking the map up. I'm wondering, now that Exia has moved over the Bloom to Panda, the Panda, does that mean it's go time? Does she have the items? Because it's going to be much, much difficult for her to get some farm in. They have to wait for these waves to crash in.
And Nicolette versus Tagami on the top side. Nicolette having a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats comes out. Nicolette gonna go down. Tagami, the Shinigami, taking kills by the minute right now. It's 2-0-1 for her, and with that heart guard, Tagami can do whatever she wants.
This is the perfect jungler that's slightly out of meta that fits this lineup well. You got an Angela on you? Anyone diving can really help. This puts Ashley's job a very hard one as the mid laner, because as the Lu Yi, you're the one who wants to find these odd angles to put your opponents in a very uncomfortable position. Quick, easy lord here for CFU Serendipity. Now, when you have an Angela, when you have a Roger, when you have a Joy, suddenly Predator becomes prey. It's like they can't even live in their own jungle now. Look at this.
The Sharks are on the prowl right now. They're aiming for the sky. Cloud9 looking a little shaky. Panda still not taking a death, but when does Panda finally do something? Big penalty zone, locks onto Exia. Jewel taking a little bit of damage. Panda trying to pop off. Jewel still in the midst of it. Able to take a lot of shots to the face. The heal comes in. We're seeing some possibilities, but still not enough. Cloud9 unable to output. They can survive, but no output.
Yep, they can kite, but can they kill? I think we are, baby, optimistically like 3 or 4 minutes away from that. Quick item check. You do have 2 items on Jewel here, so I think she needs like 2 more to be able to tank up even more. The Trinity onto Nicolette, and just 2 items on Ashley here. Not even the Trinity on Panda yet. She needs a double time, I'd say.
she just got the DHS. Finally locked in, 11 minutes in. Does this mean Panda can finally start outputting? We are seeing Jewel start to be a bit tankier in that last fight, but still CFU, the way they've been playing with this macro game, taking towers, they don't care if they don't get a bunch of kills. It's 5-1 right now, and they're controlling the game.
That's right. They're a sledgehammer. They don't have to see results immediately, but as soon as they see cracks, and boy, oh boy, 5-1, 5K head, if that's not a crack, I don't know what is. They'll just keep going, you know, just keep working at it slowly but surely to break down Cloud9 in game 1. But the fact that this is going much slower than we expected means C9 has a chance. C9 can actually just force fights like this. See, Moshi Bang put down half health, and you see here Abby's even thinking about it, throwing it on Yui Fendi, not Moshi Bang. Maybe a pickoff, much like what Falcons Vega did to CFU Serendipity early on, game 2. Maybe that could be Cloud9's ticket out of here.
Yeah, Cloud9 just kind of needs that big play, the big turnaround, and they've been buying time well. They were able to get past the first Lord without losing a single inhibitor. CFU, though, I think they know this, right? And they know, okay, we got to make something happen here. We got to make something shake, because it's true. If Jewel gets out of control, if Panda gets out of control, if Ashley's able to make some cheeky plays, it could be a problem. So the longer this goes, the more Cloud9 starts to have a... I mean, it's not like a game ender. If they get to end game, they still need to pull it off, and we don't even know if they're capable of that yet.
Yep.
But CFU definitely knows there is a clock ticking.
Yeah, long story short, Cloud9 has to find a way to be on the offense. 5-1 here in a very slow-paced matchup just shows that the team that's in control is definitely in control. If Cloud9 can find that odd angle from the back line, maybe take out... this could be it. Oh, nice feint. Yui checking in. If they can do that again while Yui isn't checking these bushes, that might be the start. We can talk about a comeback.
We'll see. It's still 1-5 right now. Positions are being held by both teams. Cloud9's taking things slow. So it seems like they do have a bit of a game plan here, but CFU also not scared to let this drag out. They're not rushing anything at all. Possible heart guard onto Yue Fendi here. And look at the positioning from Abby, always just hanging out in the back, going for a purple buff right now.
Never showing herself.
Hanging out, never showing face at all until the heart guard comes through. They're going to be able to take this Lord.
Yep, she's making herself scarce, and that's what you do. The conceal here, coming in from Yui. They're wailing away. A lot of damage thrown out. Impressive. Okay, so there is some potential. Ashley can, maybe given the chance, 2 to 3 seconds of free hits with her spells.
Yeah, you get a couple hits, you match it up with, and then you also get some of the bloom shots and everything. Yep. You get some of the stuns. There's some possibilities there, but CFU, they didn't overcommit. They are also playing so cleanly in a sense of like, we got Lord, let's back off, let's wait for the push.
Yep, so again, the attempt by Jewel. And again, Exaya, all she can do is just watch the map, right? Now that's her best practice right now. Much like Abby, but you flip the coin over. One is playing defense, one is playing offense. And Abby, this is check it in.
Gami checks in. That's a lot of damage onto Nicolette. Nicolette forced to run. Couple more shots. The heal does come in for Cloud9, but the Lord finally gets the crash. And Cloud9's late to the party, late to their own house. The Lord is in. He's home. He's kicking down the door. Moshi Bang lines it up with a nice Earthshaker. Nicolette finds Moshi Bang, though. Moshi Bang down. Jewel might be next on the chopping block. It's 1-for-1. Yui takes a lot of damage. Cloud9 trying to respond. Panda popping off with a speedy light wheel, able to get the shots off. But in comes Tagami, the Shinigami, reaping death. But Nicolette stops her in her tracks. It's chaos, it's disaster, and Cloud9 comes out happy.
It's the first big clapback from the team from North America. Cloud9 trades 3 for 1. Here's the SEC replay. Could have sworn that there was a plan from CFU Serendipity to actually end it right then and there, but C9 played the rope-a-dope very well. You see how a lot of them are very low, and how Nicolette just skedaddled out of there. She could have gotten punished, but nay. She says, I'm going to try to play for a comeback, and eventually she gets her purple buff again.
That ice crown, the ice crown.
The winner crown.
Winner crown, foo. Nicolette hit it in the middle of the battle, was able to sidestep, then get the kill. So good mechanics, something we were wondering if Nicolette was going to have. Maybe she's getting some rust off herself. Maybe she's getting a little more comfortable on stage. Because remember, none of these girls have ever been at something this large before.
Not like this.
Not even back home have they been on a stage before. So this is a big step in the direction for Cloud9. Can they pull it off, though? Because CFU, man, they almost took that game off of Vega. They look tough right now.
It's true. They called this the group of death, and that holds for almost everyone. We haven't really seen it quite for Falcons Vega, but who's to say? Who's to say? We haven't seen all the matches in Group A just yet, but right here, right now, 16 minutes in, 6-4, Cloud9 are putting up quite the comeback, possibly.
Ooh, conceal play. Winter Crown does come through for Ashley. Gonna get knocked up here though. Taken out. Yui Fendi able to get the kill. Penalty zone just misses. Can they get the response to get the trade at least? Cloud9 finds it. Panda able to pop off. Yui Fendi still playing the distance though. Heartguard still locked on. Look at the damage on a Jewel. Jewel able to just get away. It's 1-for-1. But CFU they're gonna hightail it back to the Lord, not try to push it too deep.
I wouldn't say that's the safest thing to do right now. Because look, I think C9 knows that it's time to hustle. All right? The few weeks or months that they've been together as a full-on team, in the guidance of their coach, knows that, hey, we got to take it step by step, you know? There are some fundamentals, some things that you got to do, basic protocol. And so far, Cloud9 have been checking off these boxes. Like, again, having seen multiple MWIs casted at last year's, this is at a level where I can say it's pretty competitive. Coming from a team that has been together for a while, in the Kamai, in the CFU Serendipity, going up against C9, first-timers on this big stage. I am impressed by what I'm seeing.
Definitely holding their own, and with Ashley back on the field, they can fight for this Lord, and CFU knows it. You said it might not be safe to rush it. They knew it. They made the call. Now they're just playing the distance again. I think they kind of want Cloud9, hoping that Cloud9 might slip up here, make a mistake. Jewel, though, she's tanky right now, man. She can finally hang out. The Esmeralda's starting to pay off a little bit. Tagami dashing through.
Ashley!
Looking for the big damage on Ashley. Ashley trying to escape, not going to be able to. Tagami gets the kill, but look at Panda down on the boss side, trying to pop off onto somebody. Speed of light wheel comes out. Tagami gets the winner crown. Can they capitalize? Panda in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage coming from Moshi Bang. It's still 2-for-1. Yui Fendi, though, in the wolf form, looking for the like and pounce. Nicolette switches directions up against Yui here. Doesn't have the fracture, doesn't have the damage, but Panda locks onto Moshi Bang. It's chaos once again, and Moshi Bang goes down 2-for-2. Cloud9 still in the game, but look at Yui. Jewel might not want to be the target. Minions do come out. He has the heart guard ready. Abby is a problem. What's the solution?
She is with and without these fights. The fact that if you rope a dope CFU Serendipity, they can just tuck one of themselves in to another and then pick a better fight. I think Cloud9 got as much as they could out of that trade. By taking down Tagami and Moshi Bang, that's as best you can ask for, but that could have definitely been the end. CFU Serendipity, again, much like the Sharks that they are, these ladies are able to split up Cloud9. Isn't that what clouds do though? They're just condensation in the air, man. But they're holding on. I think if they can put Ashley in a better position, they can get a better fight.
Looks like the Russian Lord though. Tagami's ready, Heartguard ready. Cloud9 down. Their health bars are looking a little bit low. They need some heal. They decide to back off. They know it's too late to rush Lord.
What I've seen from the past 5 or 6 minutes of this bout here is Ashley not finding an angle. Can they get the steal?
Nicolette gonna try to dash in here. Can Nicolette pull it off? Tagami able to get it in the big knock up. Nicolette down. Jewel now on the run. CFU with a Lord like this could be dangerous for Cloud9. Jewel still on the run, has a lot of shield, should be able to tank whatever CFU sends. It's 40 seconds on the clock for Cloud9. We're still waiting on a wave. Can they defend this?
This is pre-TikTok timers, 18 to 20. This is as good as TikTok timers, especially if there is a gap as tight as this one. And I'm not talking just economy, I'm talking about the map. Look at this now. All 3 waves are crashing in, and Lord hasn't even spawned. This is going to be difficult for Cloud9 to defend. Yes, Nicolette can come through, but they are lacking the map. They are lacking the space to work with this. They can't play on Inception. They can't shock CFU Serendipity anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big, crucial moment. 4 seconds on the clock for Nicolette. Panda is fed. Going to work on Melton down. A member here, Moshi Dang with the penalty zone. Into the backside. Jewel also with the falling star moon. They're trying to pull the Lord to the side, but in comes Tagami. Jewel goes down. Yui Fendi taking a lot of damage. Lord still at half health, and the base falls anyways. Cloud9 cannot defend. CFU take the win.
The Sharks can breathe. Get some oxygen in their gills because it's not over just yet. They are still alive. Group A proven to truly be the group of death. C9 had a lot of promise. That lineup, their execution. We'll throw it over to Eternia and Mirko to break it down even further.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Trex. Thank you, Leo. But GG for CFU Gaming, finally coming back from that loss from match number 1 to lead this best of 2 series now here.
Took them a while to actually take that game, which is very impressive. Again, like Leo and Trex mentioned about C9, the fact that they were able to somehow even force it all the way to that later stage despite getting absolutely obliterated in the early game team fights was very, very impressive. But still, there was a lot of promise with this lineup, obviously in the later stage of the game, but when those promises get fulfilled, when you lose all your base turrets already, when you lose 2 base turrets already, it just becomes way too late. And unfortunately for C9, CFU understand that they always have that advantage. With the base turrets taken down, they know that these waves are always going to be constantly slow pushing back towards Cloud9. They never need to actually make the desperate call to rush the Lord. They can just go back and forth with this new version of the Lord dance that we have come to know now with, you know, the changes onto the Lord damage. But all throughout, the fact that CFU were able to just constantly look for these fights, there were moments where they were disconnected, and those were the moments that Falcons Vega were able to punish in match number 1. Unfortunately, here C9, they were good at kiting back. They were really good at kiting back, almost, right? I mean, with the carry, with the low Yi, it's good for kite back, but every time they got CFU low, it almost felt like for C9, they really had to wait for CFU to dive even more, to overextend for them to actually punish CFU. Meanwhile, if CFU make a mistake, they can always just be like, all right, you know what? That's a bit too much damage. I'm gonna just head out. Jewel, shout outs to her, damage taken. She was able to take so much damage, and even for damage dealt, you know, the carry doing a good job. But unfortunately, when you're dealing damage to these frontliners, which we already, I think, established that the frontliners are quite sustainable as well for the side of CFU, the targeting really doesn't matter, right? At that point, you're not able to fully burst down to Edith with the Primal Rat sustain, with the Angela sustain, Terizla that we've already spoken about in match number 1 being a ridiculous hero. She also went Queen's Wings, and you can see the damage reduction, definitely.
So it was the broken item build for the Terizla once again. And
yeah,
you know, it actually poses the question, right? In MSC, it was very different, but for MWI, is Terizla first pickable?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the meta that we're seeing right now? As of course, that we do have to crown our match MVP by PlayStation Tegami again, right? One of the biggest anchors in CFU Serendipity. We saw it in game number 1 and game number 2 for their first match of the day against Falcons Vega, and we're finally seeing it once again in the game. And we're gonna have a little look at her highlights this time around.
I'll have to say though, if it was me, I want to give a massive honorable mention here to Moshi, because honestly, with this Terizla, this is the reason, by the way, Terizla is so prio, and that's why in match number 1, I already expected it to be super prio, was because, especially considering most of the players here are trying to utilize the assassins, the Terizla is just the best enabler for all these assassins. I think in the first turtle fight, you guys saw that Moshi was able to get a penalty zone on the 3 members, and that just set up perfectly for the electrifying beats coming in from the Joy. If you have anyone who can lock people down while also soaking in all the damage, baiting out all the resources, it really enables these assassins to execute everybody.
But you know, ladies and gentlemen, before we finalize this best of 2, you know, anything can happen. Cloud9 could definitely come back in the second game. We are going to throw to a short break, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI 2024 at EWC. We are now back for the second game in this best-of-2 series between CFU Serendipity and Cloud9. Earlier on, CFU Serendipity were able to lead this best-of-2 series 1-0, and it's now or never. It's now or never for Cloud9 to make their comeback to push this to a 1-1.
Now I'm wondering if game number 1 was a bit more of an experimental game for Cloud9, right? Because obviously it is game number 1 of a best of 2. We were talking about a lot of these cheese picks maybe seeing the light of day here in a best of 2 format, especially in the group stages. But yeah, after that performance, I feel like, you know, it's time to go back to the fundamentals. It's time to go back to the picks that have been meta, right? Especially now, considering if they lose 2-0 against CFU, then they're going to have to bank on a win. Clean sweep against Falcons Vega.
And on that note, right, it's time for you guys to put in your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, the SCC predictions, because we want to know what you think. We don't want to know what Miracle thinks, right? We don't want him to curse any of these teams, but we want to know how you feel, because technically, for match number 1 earlier on the day, you guys did it. A 90-ish, 91% prediction, I think, for you guys for Falcons Vega, and you guys successfully predicted that. So what are your predictions for this? Do you think Cloud9 will be able to come back? Do you think that it's going to be a CFU match 2-0 to kind of tie it in with Falcons Vega in Group A? So many questions. Please help us answer it.
I'm not going to answer. You say you don't want to...
No, you're not allowed to answer.
Okay.
You can analyze. You can give us speculations of the picks maybe that will change, but no predictions. I'm sorry.
No predictions. No. What about statements, right?
What kind of statements?
Never mind. Let's go back to the game. Let's go back to that draft. Because honestly, I think in the first phase, it was actually already pretty solid from C9, right? The fact that they were able to pick those picks early. I think I was not a big fan of the carry, but then after seeing the Edith and the Terizla, I'm like, okay, I get it, right? I get the Terizla pick, Edith pick, and then straight into a carry. But then in the second phase, the Florian, after having 3 squishy members already, they decided to go for another squishy member. And then on top of that, they put in the Esmeralda. I definitely can see the winning condition for this composition. It really comes down to like early game as well, because for the Esmeralda, it's kind of a weird hero in a sense where the power spike isn't the usual power spike that we are known, that we know of in MLBB. Because Esmeralda, massive power spike at the start of the game. You're really good at lane. Then once people get Dominus Ice, you kind of fall off a bit. So mid game, down again, and then late game, that's when you get the power spike again. But unfortunately, again, although those promises, all the potential that we saw in the late game for that lineup, they got it a bit too late and they lost so much. So if they want to go and, you know, enter with the same approach, they really gotta clean up a lot of the execution, because early on with the Florian, even we are kind of accustomed to that, right? We know that with Florian, you don't go for the first neutral objectives. You leave that open, you go for farm, and you go trade.
As made popular by Beloyski.
BBB. Big boy Beloy.
So that's the thing, right? How will these teams adjust? How will they come back? Because again, like a lot of people might be questioning the Esmeralda pick, and I think it's a good argument from Trex when we went into the game, was the fact that there were a lot of shieldings on the side of CFU Serendipity, that at the end of the day, when you mentioned the Esmeralda power spike hit, she was a lot more tanky, she was a lot more able to suck in the damage that was thrown at her. And obviously the women's teams, again, they fall to their comfort, right? Despite certain situations, certain scenarios, if it's just comfort over everything, right? They want to make sure that they are able to play it. They understand the fundamentals of the hero and can play it and understand the ins and outs.
Yeah.
So the Esmeralda at a certain point did work.
And I agree with that. I actually really like the Esmeralda pick, but not as the sole frontliner. I think for the most part, Esmeralda, if she's the only frontliner you have in your composition, she's still a bit too squishy, because the sustain she isn't just a brick wall like Terizla, you know what I mean? She needs time to walk around and then sustain around with her skills while she's dancing. You know Esmeralda, but usually...
Night Sky tells all, sorry.
Yes, exactly. I think someone else in front with her would be great. And if they want a healer still, Minotaur was still up for grabs. I don't remember it being banned out by CFU, so they could have gone for maybe even a Minotaur there to actually help with the healing, with the Flask of the Oasis even. You kind of get the same thing, but also you have so much more lockdown so that the carry can actually do her thing. She can, you know, the spinning light wheels.
So now the ball is in their court, right, for Cloud9. And definitely, I think we talked about it in the roundtable as well. This was one of the teams that I was so excited to see, especially with Nicolette coming into play. Technically it's her redemption arc.
Yeah.
It's her time to shine. And I'm pretty
That's a
sure
song.
that she... Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
MWI song, Time to Shine.
Oh. Could you sing it for us?
No.
No. Okay. But back to that point, right? It's her redemption arc. It's her time to shine. It's her time to prove to the world what she's made of. So definitely they're coming back in with a level head. They're coming back to try and at least go for 1-1 now as we enter, ladies and gentlemen, into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. And now Cloud9 have first pick.
See, this is what's scary, Eterna, because, you know, Blue side has had such a massive advantage, but in that game, it was C9 technically with the advantage because they were the ones to leave the Loyi open. They were the ones to pick it up for themselves. Loyi has been phenomenal, even in MSC, and, you know, usually you pick it up, you get a big advantage.
100% win rate.
100% win rate, exactly. But now that C9 has lost on the Loyi, I'm actually going to think this is what I would do if I was in CFU's position. I'd be like, all right, let's not ban the Loyi. We saw what the Loyi could do in game number 1, and honestly, it was not much. The diversions wasn't being capitalized, wasn't being used by any of the members. And again, it's not their fault because who's going to take it? Florin? All the other squishy members? Carry, solo, flanking? Yeah. I don't know. It just definitely did not fit with the composition that they had. And CFU, it seems like they are taking that route. Maybe even the chip. Knowing how C9 has been playing in game number 1, maybe they leave the chip open because then they're forcing C9 to pick up the chip or give it over to CFU. And I know for a fact, if chip gets left open, CFU will like that pick. Oh man, I've been hearing so many things when it comes to CFU, not just the women's team, but the men's team as well. So they definitely have been sharing a lot of their strategies. Chip, their combination, they know how to play the chip. They're chip FU.
And and the thing is, like, even despite that fact, right, Chip is just so good in this current meta.
Yeah.
Because if you want to go for heroes that like to split push, if you want to go for heroes that like to play in the far lane, like assassins normally do, especially when we get into that mid game to try and control these side lanes, the Chip just does so well. Has so much advantage to go in and make those plays happen, the pickoff plays from happening. And it looks like the chip has actually been left open up until this point. Suxin gets banned in from C9, and CFU have opted to take away the Terizla to try and have a more level advantage in the EXP lane. And do you think with this, Yuzong might be the choice that they go for?
First pick? Not too sure if it's going to be first pick.
No, but
or
like
if you banned
generally for the EXP lane.
Yeah, I guess that definitely will be one of the choices. I think in MMSC as well, when the Terizla gets banned out, we usually see
It's open.
Yuzong. But they go for the Angela ban. It is open. It is up for grabs. They can go for the chip now. Will Cloud9 steal the chip away from CFU? Will they trade it out with the Loyi? Will they go for Roger? Because technically Roger is still up for grabs. And again, it was completely ignored in the first phase of game number 1. CFU didn't pick it up, but they picked it up in the second phase. C9, they're definitely going to have to think about that because it's a great flex pick. It doesn't matter if you can only play it in the jungle. It's still very prio in that jungle.
I mean, technically Luoyi has also been opened up.
Yeah.
Right? Do they want to go for the same approach as they did in game number 1? Sure, it didn't really work out for them, but that burst potential from the Luoyi in the early stage of the game is still something to fight for. But they go for a different route. No Chip, no Roger, no Luoyi. They go for the Ruby instead. So this time, they do have a setup hero. They do have a hero to make the plays happen.
Yeah, trying to anticipate the chip pick or a Loyi pick here to try to go for it, but I think it is going to be a chip Roger here for the side of CFU. We're talking about how the Roger should always be prioritized. You know, we have seen that many times before, and now for CFU, knowing that the Edith is not up for grabs, the Angela, the Terizla, they will just go for the Roger, but they don't go for the chip. Maybe they're trying to read out or trying to feign out. I don't know. This might be overthinking, right? But maybe CFU, they think C9 didn't pick the chip, so they have no intention to pick it up. Maybe we just go for a mid lane first, like a Vexana, and then end off the first phase with the chip, knowing C9 will probably just go for a counter.
It's a good priority lane as well, right? The Vexana. She clears really quickly. Obviously, still a little slow in comparison to a mid laner like the Lilia that we still have yet to see and come through here for MWI this year. But Vexana, a really great pick, a really good option to go in when they want to try and control the team fights. So with the Hayabusa also left open from the first stage of the game because they opted for the Suxin ban, the Hayabusa does come through alongside the Faramis.
Whoa. Faramis and the Hayabusa. See, a few picks now that they can go for would be like, I mean, they could go for big setters like the Tigreal and the Minotaur, or they can still try to utilize the chip. With the Faramis, you want to try to usually clump up in these team fights, so if you have prio around the map just with a teleport, with a shortcut, you can still try to outplay the Faramis, but Faramis is known to be a very, very good counter up against the chip, so you can already see for C9, they're trying to deny the chip picks by picking up good picks against the chip. Like the Ruby, the Faramis, so they'll just go for the Minotaur. Like I said earlier, the Minotaur is a great setter, great punish. You can react to almost anything, and also you can engage. You also have the sustainability. Great all-rounder.
I mean, technically, Ruby is still flex, no?
It is. It is still flex.
We've seen it flex in like the men's scene.
Yeah.
But for the female
Cram,
scene...
XP.
Exactly. So if they still want to go for Chip, couldn't they technically still go Chip Faramis?
Yeah, I think for C9, they can definitely go still for that. But, I don't know how comfortable they are on the chip. The main concern for me is still that, right? Because on the low Yi, it also felt like they were really too comfortable taking these big diversions on to go for flanks. And I don't know, at this point, I think for the Ruby, it's probably going to go roam, not XP. It's a Natan ban though, so they're already taking away a hyper carry from Cloud9, someone that can actually utilize the chaos that Hayabusa, Faramis, and Ruby can create in the map to get some space. But like you said, Eterna, the Yu Zhong could be a very good choice, and that's why Cloud9 banned it away. That's probably the next best thing when it comes down to the XP lane, when you can set, sustain, fight, tank up damage, and deal damage. That's something Yu Zhong specializes in. Yeah, ban down. Now the X-Borg too, so... Huh.
Wow.
Planning for a tanky XP lane, I'm guessing now.
Who would that be?
I don't know if they... I mean, technically with the Minotaur and the Vexana, Arlet is a great pick. You can also go full tank on that Arlet. You can still get countered by the X-Borg later on in the mid game. Yeah, I'm thinking Arlet right now with the Minotaur and the Vex. You get so much value out of the CC that is already there.
I wonder if C9 are sniffing this out, but no, they go for the Harith ban instead. Trying to push the tempo and trying to push this Roger into the jungle. And again, right, for CFU, it's still a big flex.
Yep.
Who's going to be in the gold lane? Who's going to be in the jungle? The Roger is still a big question mark, but here it is. Will Arlet be placed in the EXP lane now? Because technically, wouldn't you go for the flex for the gold lane and the jungle at this point?
Yeah, I think going for the flex would make sense, but technically they can also just pick up a Claude here, because for Cloud9, they haven't picked up a Claude just yet. They need someone in the weak side of the gold lane to actually cover up. They'll go for the Arlet first, and I guess, yeah, they're really just going to try to utilize that flex from the Roger, because even if Cloud9 go for the Claude, they already have the Roger. They can flex into the gold lane. That's a winning matchup. The Harith has been dealt with by C9 themselves, so there's not really much risk for CFU right now to just go for that Arlet. Thinking about C9, I'm thinking Claude Moskov. Those are the only two picks, I guess, that are up for grabs. Moskov, maybe a bit too risky. You might need that blink, but even then, I don't know. This is like, you choose your poison. Moskov survives better in lane, but in these team fights are a bit more vulnerable. Claude is the opposite, right? He does better in these team fights, but in lane against a Roger, you get bullied quite hard.
Panda likes Moskov. Panda likes Carry, and Panda likes Roger. But it looks like that Lolita and that Carry will come through. The Carry, once again, another comfort pick in for Panda. And the Lolita. Why the Lolita here?
Try to push back some of the... I think they're...
Wait, so Ruby XP?
Yeah, so it is going to be Ruby XP. For Jewel, the Lolita pick is really because I think they're anticipating another gold lane or another marksman to go to the gold lane and Roger in the jungle. So trying to capitalize on the three ranged heroes that CFU has. But again, this is why the flex pick is so valuable. This is why they picked up the Arlet first instead of a marksman. Now they can adapt. They can go for an assassin in the jungle. It's not... I mean, technically, it could still work. Something like a Nolan in the jungle could still work. Heck, I would say with how much damage they already have here, if they want to go Lancelot. I was about to say, if they want to go utility, the Arlet could still go like hybrid damage and also tank, but they go for something even crazier, Lancelot.
So take the three debut picks, right? The
Three debut
Lolita, we have the Lancelot,
Faramis too?
and the Faramis. Exactly.
And Arlet, so another debut in MWI.
Man, these picks are getting even more interesting, even more spicy, and everything is on the line for C9 right now. Everything is on the line for the North American representatives here at MWI. Trex, you shaking now?
Materna, but whoever is the better team will win today, because this is the heart of esports here. Whether Cloud9 loses, wins, whether CFU comes out on top, we're here for MWI. Leo, we're in the land of Dawn.
And Lancelot makes a comeback. It's been a hot minute since we've last seen this assassin in the jungle. It's possibly a kit that Tagami prefers, because in the absence of her Hayabusa and the Roger in the hands of Yui Fendi, I think this is their next best move. I appreciate it, though. I can see how, because of Moshi Bang and Yui's CC, they needed extra damage. They needed good cleanup. How do you get that? Well, you could have picked the Nolan, but they preferred the Lancelot, so I think they needed a better way out for her.
And not only that, after seeing the joy on Tagami, Tagami does great into getting to that back line, targeting, you know, just locking on to exactly who she needs to lock onto. And that could be a problem here for Panda, could be a problem for Nicolette, maybe. But Cloud9, I think what's going to be huge for them is how Ashley utilizes this NetherRealm, if they're able to really capitalize it, and can Xayah finally land some big sets and make her hero count?
That's right. The mid lane duo from Cloud9 had a tough game one, so this might be them course correcting. Now they got eyes on Xayah. Moshi Bang sends her back. That's going to be a small camp invade here. Jewel can only watch. Something to note, Ashley's rocking Lethal Ignition on the Faramis. We don't see this anymore.
I mean, hey man, rock it, drop it, try to pull something off here. Ashley's going to go back to base now. 15 seconds on the clock for this turtle. Nicolette on the opposite side of the map. Xayah doing a good job of like keeping cues on CFU. Not going too deep, not getting cut off, but at least giving vision to Cloud9. But CFU, they know she's there. They don't care. They're ready to position. Look at all four of them kind of making this box around this turtle. Now let's see exactly what happens. Abby taking a little bit of damage. Ooh. Abby and Jewel holding the brunt of the charge. CFU backed off.
There is still Moshi Bang holding CFU's ground at the turtle. Let's go. Circling around. Something to know as well, if I'm going to nitpick about the emblem on Ashley, check out Tagami. She's rocking Lancelot with a Warcry. So all of those little basics, and then the Thorn Rose, like eventually, this tells me she's going to deal damage. Like we've seen hybrids, we've seen Tanksalots make a showing here and there in the past few months, but this is full-on damage, Lancelot. Let's see how it works out. A relatively mum and quiet first 3 minutes. Like nothing has happened.
These girls got their gloves on. They're stalling right now. They're waiting.
The mitts are on.
The mitts are on. The gloves are on. They're ready to throw some punches. Both teams taking some aggressive routes here. This time Cloud9 does have some heavy CC. They have some possibilities, but CFU answered so well with the Minotaur. Yui's going to jump in. Speaking of the Minotaur here, Nicolette holding to the bush, looking for Abby, locks on to Minotaur instead. In comes the big stun. Can Cloud9 capitalize on this? Nicolette able to get the first blood, make it two, a double kill over to Nicolette here. The pullback, Ashley with the stampede. Moshi Bang now possibly in a little bit of trouble. Moshi Bang able to output some nice damage. Ashley there as well. Nicolette, Jewel going to finally back off and go for the turtle.
2 for none. Given Cloud9 the go-ahead, the green light to take out this turtle. They're going for it. Moshi Bang versus Ashley and Jewel. Will they force this? Oh, turtle at a 10th.
Got me down to half health. Maybe still want to go for the dive in. Nicolette able to get the turtle, but a nice final slash does connect on to Jewel and Ashley. They're still able to get away. Cloud9 escape unscathed.
Clean. CFU Serendipity walk away with nothing. 2 minutes until the next turtle, and I can expect the same kind of pacing. Again, this does propel Cloud9 up by about 1,000 gold, and based on how the first 3 minutes of the game went, that's an astronomical lead already because they made the first move. They got away with everything they needed to do, and there was very little punish. It looks like, though, CFU are looking to put pressure on Panda. I'd reckon that's the best part to put it into. Wait lang, hold up. Was that? Is Yui Fendi up on gold? You see that?
Don't know. I didn't see exactly.
Was that huge, like 500 gold or something like that?
It's definitely possible. You know, the Roger's got great poke. He's able to maybe even force him. Panda seems to be a bit more of the safe player. We're taking a look at gold now. Yui Fendi up about 200 in gold right now. So Panda not too far behind, but definitely Yui Fendi has gotten a couple extra last shots in, maybe denied Panda of a minion. A lot of action has been down on this boss side, so we haven't been able to see them too much. But in terms of XP right now, Panda's a little bit up. So definitely there's some trading going back and forth up in the top lane. And this has been even from last game to now, it's been a nice fight between these two. We've seen a lot show up from both teams. Panda last time wasn't able to have the space to capitalize. Will they have it now? Nicolette with the quad shadow. Yui Fendi, we've seen this position before from Exai and the rest of the team, punishing down on Yui Fendi, but this time he's not gonna let it happen.
Oh. She did find the out there, especially with the backup coming through. Tagami, Abby, and Yui kicking out the rest of C9, forcing them to rotate away. Look at how deep in Moshi Bang is. Moshi, what you doing? Cotton, proxy, and controlling the lower quarter so that the rest of her team can make moves up top. Oh, Minoan Fury, no one home.
Big miss, but Panda still takes some damage. 4 members of CFU up in the top side. Are they going to try to force in this tower? Look at Zaya with the conceal play, looking for the stun. Hits the flicker, misses as well. Both roamers whipping there a little bit. And now both teams are going to be forced to back off. It's a lot of ultimates down. Going to move down to this turtle. Jewel's already waiting for it.
A swing and a miss. Both also committed their flickers. So that's tough. Like, that is 2 minutes of hard engages, honest to God, angles that you got to find. Still 1,000 between these two teams. C9 and CFU Serendipity back at the turtle pit. A post light, sending it to reset. Exaya spotted out, forced out of the Pixel brush. And Tagami, I'm wondering if she's thinking purple or turtle? Purple or turtle? I think she can buy time. This is enough time to go purple first, because I think they got the go signal that Nicolette is also still just farming up.
Yeah, Nicolette makes the same decision, but Tagami's not going to go for this orange, right? Going to have to commit. Nicolette's there as well. Jewel able to get a little bit of a stun on Moshi Bang. Ashley Exaya looking for the angle as well from the mid bushes. Now Turtle into the hands of CFU, but Nicolette loves this bush here. Wants to hang out. Target on Moshi Bang. Gets the shadow kill. Not enough damage though. NetherRealm does come out with a big knockup. Tagami able to secure that turtle. Now Nicolette brought down to about half health. Firing back onto Tagami. Tagami trying to puncture through, puncture away. Cloud9 loses the turtle, but nobody goes down.
Despite the Cloud9 collision, I call it that because they just want to ram themselves into all 5 members of CFU Serendipity. CFU made themselves scarce. Like, that could have been definitely much worse. Now wait, 1v1, Jewel versus Moshi.
Oh, Moshi starting to get the better. Jewel doesn't have the minions to get the health back.
Oh! Sickle versus Spear.
Sickle versus Spear.
Oh, neither lady walking away with a W, and that's how most negotiations work. If neither walk away happy, was a good deal. So it's a dead lane down bottom. What about top? That's a 2v1. Exaya about ready to make her way there. There's a flicker back up on both of them. I wonder
who's going to hit it this time. But the rest of CFU now showing up. They're going to be able to take this tower, Panda. Not going to play it too dangerous. Does get the stun onto Yui. Panda lets it happen.
All right. They all retreat. That was a 4v4 waiting to happen. Possibly a 5v5 because Tagami was a little way off here. She is hitting level 11. Let's see now. She's down 500 gold.
Which is good for Nicolette, right?
This is where the shadows allow for faster rotations compared to the dashes on the lance.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dashes come in play really well in team fights, but when it comes to the jungle, I definitely think Nicolette, and we already saw even in last game, Nicolette was great at farming, great at, keeping up with Tagami even when the team was losing.
She knows.
So now we're seeing it really pop off here, but Nicolette maybe needs to look for some pickoffs at this point to try to make this lead a little bit more.
Yeah, she's got a rhythm to it, and I think what she's doing is she's leveraging the fact that she can rotate faster, get far more efficiently than Tagami, but let's see, they are looking to collapse down here onto the bottom. All right, eventually we'll get pushed in. Moshi can't take down. Oh, she saved the turret, but for now, that worked out.
A lot of damage, though. I'm offended. Does luck on Moshi Bang, and all gone. Shadow Kill comes in. One more shot. Nicolette unable to secure it. Forced to back off, and that's another ult down. Cloud9 might have to buy some time. CFU, though, knows the damage there and isn't going to force this Lord either.
Yep. In the realm of ults from the meta assassins right now, Shadow Kill takes a while. Shadow Kill might as well have been an eternity if nothing comes out of it. Like, you got to reset, find another angle, maybe after another huge team fight or a trade, and then it comes back on. See, look, I've been ranting about Shadow Kill. It's still up.
Jewel going to be in a little bit of trouble. Yui Fendi able to get the kill there. Cloud9 trades it for a tower up top. This time Cloud9 playing some more of the macro game. Minions coming down the mid side as well, but CFU now with a man up, a girl up, I should say. They're going to be on this Lord. Xayah looking for an angle. The knockup does connect onto Abby. Nicolette into the backside, gets a lot of damage onto Abby, able to secure the kill. Lord down to about 10%. It's going to be a 50-50. Tagami comes out on top of the coin flip, but now Moshi Moshi in trouble. CX Panda looking for the kill, looking for the takeout. Ashley able to secure it. Nicolette looking for one as well. Yue goes down. 3 numbers drop for CFU. Cloud9 going to be able to come out on top even after losing the Lord.
The apple of my eye, a plan well executed. Amazing team fight, amazing collapse. Sure, Tagami walks away with the Lord, scoring it for CFU Serendipity, but at the end of it, what do you get when you lose a chunk of the map? Because Cloud9's gonna run roughshod. Look, they're gonna push down bottom. Panda left a lane up top. Even if Lord is there, they can get to it eventually, and then they're gonna try to push in mid again. Look at this now, 3K ahead. C9 up on CFU Serendipity. Items-wise, again, say what you will about that team fight dash, but when you're down about 2K gold like this, it's hard to think of how else Tagami can affect the map. Besides, again, objectives and team fighting.
I definitely agree. I think one of the saving graces here for CFU, Moshi Bang still holding a gold lead over Jewel there. And Moshi Bang's just been able to tank around, get some of these big final slashes, and it's something that Cloud9 consistently has to watch out for. And even there, they know they're going up top. They know Cloud9 has to defend Lord, and what does CFU do? They cut bottom lane, they open up space for their minions to get there, and they get a tower. So even though they lost out on that Lord, they still found something in the chaos. And it just goes to show they always have a macro mindset. CFU just doing wonders with it.
Yep, and I think as soon as Cloud9 transcends to that level, because again, they're winning team fights, they're winning trades, as soon as they're able to turn that into a macro movement, then CFU Serendipity might be looking at checkmate. But for now, they're clawing back. It's giving comeback as it is. Moshi Bang checks in with the bush, spots Jewel, and Xayah there. Oh no, 1v1, could this be?
A lot of damage on Tagami. No shadow kill. Yui Fendi able to get the kill on a Nicolette. The shutdown, putting a nice chunk of gold into the pocket. CFU now looking for the takeoff, looking for the moment, looking for the engage. I'm offended, connects onto Yui. Xayah gets the stun. Can the team follow up? They get stunned as well. Unable to fully commit, but now they're locking on. Panda with a speedy light wheel, trying to get some free shots. Tagami on the run. Panda needs one more and finds the kill. Tagami down. Moshi Bang might be the next on the block. Chop, chop, chop. But wait, the final slash. Panda unable to connect. Finally gets a double. Finally looking for the triple, but Yui Fendi and Yui don't want to give it up. Cloud9 finds something. It's a 2-for-1. Can they take a tower too?
And suddenly it comes to a stop, stop, stop. Here's the SCC replay one more time. I could have sworn Nicolette was going to get it, but here comes the cavalry, the sharks of CFU Serendipity. They overloaded Nicolette. She wasn't even expecting. Oh, what? There were 3 in there? And I'm not so sure, but there might have been a Minoan Fury committed. Is this real time? Are we looking at real? No, it's still the replay. It's the aftermath of that fight. And that's Moshi Bang looking for the chop, chop, and then the stop. They eventually won the trade still. So what I'm trying to say is Cloud9, the thesis statement is they love team fighting. They're winning most of their team fights, save for like weird pickoffs. Nicolette was out of her breath there. But as soon as they can turn it into huge conversions, then we're talking. Then maybe we can see a 1-1.
Thesis statement, Cloud9, they're a young team essentially, right?
Barely
young team
months
in NA,
old.
but they're bringing that old school young team NA vibe, loving team fights. We want to clash. We want to try to win in micro mechanics. How far will that take them though? They did just get the push on the top lane. If they're going to get the outplay here, I think this far in the game, that's just how they have to win it, right? It has to be the big team fight.
The Ohio brothers. You were naming American teams. I just had it to get in there. But yeah, you're right. It reminds me a lot of a young team from 2021 who made it all the way to 3rd place in the World Championships. BTK played a very similar play style. And here now I'm seeing signs of that, little hints of that in Cloud9's play style, but they gotta bring it up. If they can turn this team fight excellence into a Lord here, then CFU Serendipity might be staring at a base defense.
Very true. And Cloud9 knows they're on the ledge. We saw the reaction from Nicolette. Just shows how invested into this she is. But CFU always keep their cool, man. Even when they were behind against Vega in the previous game, they still seem to keep their cool. They came into this series feeling good about themselves, ready to play. And all they got to do is get this one win. They're 3,000 gold behind, but just a few minutes from possibly, you know, maybe securing group stage.
That's the Kamai cool in play. They're just waiting. Check this out. Not even shaken with the Lord dance. Yue jumping into that river brush. Here comes Tagami.
Duel takes a lot of damage. Thorn Rose does come out from Tagami. They're able to create some space. Nicolette's the one playing the macro game now. Was up in the top lane for a second. Going back down to the mid. Looking for a way around the back maybe.
Huge.
A cheeky play onto somebody.
Huge rotation. She's keeping herself scarce. No one knows where she is. Not even Moshi might have seen her.
I think she's good. Yeah, I think she's in a safe spot. And C9 knows she's there this time. Cloud9 pushing CFU back. Nicolette wants that revenge kill onto Tagami here. Thorn Rose comes out. Nicolette not going to force it this time. She goes down. They get the Lord. Well played.
Amazing. Just through the threat of the unknown. You see how there were like just one or two C9 players in the pit, and they still got the more than like showing 3 or 4 players. They were able to take that Lord clean by hiding more players. That's ridiculous. By hiding players, you got away with more, and you got more than if you were honest about it. This is a new aspect of the Lord dance that we've seen, and C9 are putting it into beautiful execution. They're now up 4,000 gold. CFU Serendipity, again, they're staring down on a Lord defense. Best case scenario, they don't lose inhibitor. Worst case, they lose like 2.
Definitely could be trouble in Cloud9 shown. I mean, this is Cloud9's time to shine. CFU, no place to run. You're forced into a team fight now. There is a bit of a bottleneck here. They have to be careful.
That's right. Luckily, their lineup is great at in-base defenses, right? They got a big, chunky Minotaur. They got the final slash on Moshi Bang. Lord crashes through, and they got the cleanup in Tagami. Can they get it through now? Tagami dashing around. Yep, that's a second inhibitor in mid.
Zaya's being so patient with this Numenhum Blast. Not going to waste it. Jewel holding down the front side. They get to inhibitors. Nicolette locks on. Moshi down. In comes Minoan's Fury. Nice response. Ashley to bring out the Netherrealm. Tagami taking a little bit of damage. Pops the Thorn Rose, but I'm offended. Locks in. And Jewel finds Yui Fendi. They're going to lock onto the base. Panda unloading right now. They don't even have the minion, but they're going to try to force this in. It's nothing but Abby. Cloud9 showing CFU it's not over yet.
We are mere moments away from a 1-1, and here we are. The group of death lives up to its name. C9 takes it to 1-1 against CFU Serendipity.
What does that mean, Leo? Big possibilities for a future tiebreaker in this one. We might see Game 3 eventually, but Cloud9 shows up. They had a rough draft, a rough game in number 1. But just like CFU proved themselves in Game 1, Cloud9 responds, and the group of death definitely prevails to hold its name.
Word of advice. C9 currently on Cloud9. They got to keep their feet on the ground. Their next matchup ain't going to be an easy one. They're facing off in a best of 2 against possibly the best of the best in the world in Falcons of Vegas. So that's up next. If they can score 1 against them, I guess that's a lock-in. But if they don't, then we are definitely looking at a tiebreaker situation.
A game number 3, and you know, throughout all of MSC, we didn't get to see one, I don't think. That would be a little exciting to see a tiebreaker match, especially between these two teams, because we're already starting to see the battle, the fight between the two, Leo. Cloud9 shows up, CFU shows up. It's a 1-1 in Group A.
The ladies came to play, and color me impressed. I love this throwback to an old school metagame, and I love how the aggression from C9 is what puts them over. This is impressive. Let's go over to the stage for an interview.
Incredible, incredible stuff right now. We have Ashley here from Cloud9 for this interview segment. Now we're very excited. Why not let's start with your questions first, Bar.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. So, 1-1, but how did you bounce back from the first match?
You know what's interesting? I actually, before I went to sleep yesterday, when I woke up, I had a feeling we would go 1-1 to them and then get a point from the next team.
Like manifestation kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the reason why I'm here now with my team, so.
Let's go. Cloud9 moment indeed.
Absolutely amazing. And now, of course, you know, your chemistry is undeniable right here at the Land of Dawn. We have seen really good team fights happening, especially in Game 2. How has, you know, Midnight coming on as coach to you girls, you know, making this already great team, you know, so powerful right here for MWI 2024?
So I would put a lot of emphasis on Midnight's help on our team because even though he put such a short amount of time and like attention on us because of the other team, he was giving us like limited information, but that limited information was like enough for us to improve like dramatically. So very thankful to him.
And finally, what can we anticipate right here from Cloud9 moving on into the next game where you guys will be meeting Falcons Vega?
Well, we have to make it out of groups, and I think we will.
Fantastic. Fingers crossed. Now time is ticking for you guys because you're going to come on for the next match. So go prepare. Thank you so much for joining us right here, Ashley. Thank you. So without further ado, we're going to hand our time over to the studio to break it down for us. Take it away, guys.
Talk about redemption arc, right? I mean, that comeback coming in from C9 has actually put us in a position where we might see a tiebreaker today. Of course, with the, you know, the situation being that Cloud9 wins 2-0 or goes 1-1 against Team Falcons Vega.
Goes to show you, by the way, that in this game, if they get a draft that has fundamentals in it, they can still make it happen. You know, they don't need those crazy experimental drafts like we saw in game number 1. But I understand, right? In the best of 2, game number 1, maybe you want to try to shock your opponents. And here, we finally get the real C9. We finally get them on picks that we're used to seeing from, you know, just normal teams. So, Cloud9, really fantastic team fighting. I think the casters pointed out many, many times. Definitely, I think for Leo, he said it reminded him of the M3 success of BTK through the team fighting prowess. And yeah, ultimately they were able to finally, after getting a lot of the team fights in the early game, but somehow also losing out on the neutral objectives, they were able to finally get the neutral objectives, get the structures as well on top of these big team fights. And you can see that hug as well, man. I mean, you definitely get the feeling that there was a lot of pressure on them, especially after game 1. Losing out in game number 1 like that, the fact that they were able to come back in such a dominant fashion too. If we take a look at the scoreboard, 11-2. CFU, the only thing keeping them in this game was their neutral objective control, which again was still very, very impressive considering they were down gold, I think, at every single point of the game.
It felt like they shook the jitters, right? I think game number 1, it was a big warm-up for them. And in game number 2, they just really popped off with, of course, the drafts that were given to them. But the PlayStation MVP presented is going to be Nicolette. As the casters pass it down, redemption arc. Talk about her redemption arc. Being the MVP here, let's hope that she can carry on and manifest for game number 2.
From a mid laner to a jungler, first we got to talk about that adaptation,
that's
right?
True,
because
that's true.
It's already such a different role. In the mid lane, you usually play to enable other people to carry. Depends on the hero you use, obviously. But here, it almost seems like it was seamless. The way that she was able to adapt into the jungle role, acting as the carry. And again, I would say, even though she missed out on a lot of the neutral objective when it comes down to the contest, Hayabusa isn't really a neutral objective secure man hero, you know? It's more of a fight hero, fight man hero, yeah? And Cloud9 now 1-1, CFU 1-3. So they already mentioned about the possibility if Falcons Vega take them down 2-0, that means we're gonna have a tiebreaker between CFU and Cloud9.
Oh, all right, you're right.
It's an interesting group of death.
already.
What if they take...
First group.
If they take a game
Tiebreaker.
out of... if they take a game, they're through. And CFU will be eliminated. So it'll be Cloud9 and Falcons Vega.
So all Cloud9 needs to do now...
One game.
One game.
One game.
I mean, Ashley, she was talking about it in her interview, right?
She had that vision.
She manifested.
Manifestation.
Before she slept, she was like, you know, I have a feeling that we're going to go 1-1 against this team. But in the next team, that's when we're going to get our point. And if that actually comes true, then manifestation, ladies and gentlemen.
Manifestation. I mean, hey, it happened. It happened in game number 2. The fact that they were able to come back there. Not just, I mean, that was just really, I was really impressed with the team fighting prowess that they had.
And I'm excited to see what the next match has to hold for us, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio for MWI 2024 XEWC. We're now ready for our third match of the day, the decider match to see who will move forward, who will be eliminated, or will there be a potential tiebreaker for Group A, the group of death. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the showdown here by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib, it's a journey. It's been a journey already for both of these teams, but the Titans now coming through for Cloud9 against Falcons Vega from Indonesia.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup, right? Because CFU, match number 1, they almost took a game out of Falcons Vega. In game number 2, it was really, really close. They were the ones dominating in the early game, but unfortunately, due to some team fights, Falcons Vega were able to take control back of the game. And hey, almost seems similar. CFU, game number 1 against Cloud9, domination. But then, game number 2, it's kind of a comeback from Cloud9 through team fighting. So, hey, Falcons Vega, they're known to be very, very good at these team fights, especially in the early game. And technically for Cloud9, that's exactly what we saw from them in game number 2. Team fight versus team fight, early game versus early game, assassin versus assassin. It's time for a banger. The Falcons fight in the clouds.
It's time for their arrival by Jamil. And they're rolling in now, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons Vega once again with that dominating victory from their first game of the day. They are bringing in the momentum. 2-0 against the Kamai, against CFU Serendipity. And now they're looking to try and relay that same victory, that same success that they were able to grab here against Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, for Cloud9, honestly, after seeing game number 2, I think go back to what they were already doing in game number 2.
Definitely. But here, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to the stage.
المثيرة. And now we are continuing our beautiful journey. We are back again. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam indeed. Amazing, amazing stuff right now here. We're into match 3 already of Group A, the group of death as they call it. But of course, this is going to be the decider match to see who's moving into the competition, whether it's going to be a potential tiebreaker and all. But right here in match 3, this is a match that you don't want to miss because we'll be seeing the likes of Cloud9 going up against Falcons Vega. So without further ado, let's meet the teams of Cloud9. Incredible stuff. Now, the beautiful faces of Cloud9 is something that you guys are not familiar with, right? So now we have seen their prowess over at the Land of Dawn. The sisters are now in sync. Question is, can they take match 3? Now, who are they going up against?
Well, can they indeed? Going against, ladies and gentlemen, and let's hear it for Falcons Vega.
Incredible stuff. Now we have met the 2 teams right here on either side, Cloud9 and Falcons Vega. Now this is going to be a very exciting match. Will the Falcons be flying through clear skies, or are they going to meet some sort of turbulence right here from Cloud9? So without further ado, let's pass our time back on over to the studio. Take it away, Yalla!
And take we shall. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And we're about to get it. We're about to get into the deciding match of Group A, our group of death. But you're right, Mirko is pointing in right now. It looks like Caramel is stepping back into the jungle position. No Mei lane this time around.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, from what I saw earlier, my eyes sometimes deceive me, but hopefully not this time. But Agatha is going to be in the mid lane too, so no Funi, no Mei lane. It's going to be Caramel and Agatha, and this, there you go, Agatha's here. So the main lineup, it seems, for Falcons Vega, this was the lineup that we were all expecting as well. They decided to go for a different lineup up against CFU, but now up against Cloud9, they decide, you know what? It's time to bring out the big guns. Or technically, at this point, what is the big guns anymore?
Which one?
Which one?
Which one?
They're both big guns.
Because like earlier on, I mean, Mei lane as well as Funi, they were
Professional
forming
on that,
out of
Roger.
their mind as well. So we're not gonna really see the sister dynamic
that's true.
that we saw earlier on from Falcons Vega. You know, as Funi as well as Chin Chao, they're sisters. For those of you who aren't aware, but we're going back into the roster that we thought that they were going in, and that just poses another threat for everyone out there, right? The fact that Falcons Vega can come in with two different lineups, two different rosters as one of their ace cards.
We've seen in the past, though, if you keep on shuffling rosters, it's not really that good. It can be good, but it can also be very bad, right? It's a double-edged sword. Exactly, where in one way, it's good because technically your opponents don't know what to plan, like whether to plan against that roster or the roster now with Agatha and Caramel. But on the other side, team synergy is definitely a very important thing. The fact that they are trading in two players and not the whole team with another team means that these players that are staying, Chin Chao, Tal, and Violet, they're going to have to understand that they're playing with completely different people with completely different styles, right? I think for Caramel, not really the case when it comes to like how she plays, because Caramel is an assassin too. She likes dealing damage. She likes going on those picks like the Roger and the Nolan. So maybe not the biggest difference there, but I would say for Agatha and Funi, that's got to be the big difference here in the team. For Agatha and Funi. So with Agatha coming back in the lineup, maybe we'll see more of the carry heroes instead of the enablers. Funi, she played Vexana 2 games in a row, right? So she really was there to follow up, put on more CC, and add on more utility to enable the team. Meanwhile, for Agatha, she sometimes goes on the Valentina. She loves playing these carry picks as well. So don't be surprised if they actually go for a secondary carry in the mid lane.
You know what you'd be surprised about?
What?
A fun fact.
Whoa!
We like fun facts, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the audience likes fun facts as well.
Go and shoot out the fun fact.
Now that Caramel has swapped in for the jungler, I'm gonna tell you later. Suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head over to this video with an interview.
What is it, man?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Hey there, it's Renmar. I'm here with Caramel, the jungler for Falcons Vega. They just won their first series here in MWI. Caramel, what do you think about your team's performance?
They are doing so good, and I think we will do perfectly for the next match.
All right, good. They're going to go from good to perfect. Is there one player in the team right now that you want to highlight?
I really want to highlight Chin Chao's performance from the previous game because she is so strong in laning, and I think she carries the game well.
Oh, okay. So Chin Chao, they're going and carries the game really well, according to Caramel. Now, actually, there's another thing I wanted to ask you. You are, right now, currently, you weren't able to play the first series, substitute. So what do you do for the team behind the scenes, or are you just ready to play anytime?
I'm helping for anything that I could help, like watching other teams and then motivating them and always be ready.
All right, so Caramel, super dependable. Now, is there anything you want to say to the fans in your native language of Bahasa Indonesia?
In my native language.
Yeah.
Halo semuanya, jangan lupa tetap dukung tim Indonesia di MWI.
Yeah. She mentioned there, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned, hey everyone, please don't forget to watch or support in MWI, that correct?
Yeah, you are doing really good in understanding our language.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. All right, thank you so much, Caramel. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reptar, for that backstage interview with Caramel.
Oh.
You know, that was perfect timing, right? Because my fun fact was actually about Caramel.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready now?
Yeah.
What about you guys back at home? What about you guys at the venue here?
Yeah. That's them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, Caramel has a ritual.
A ritual?
Before every match that she plays competitively.
Okay.
Her ritual is that she plays ranked games with Luke.
Oh.
Your Luke. Her boyfriend.
You said my Luke.
He's your Luke now, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that's public information, right?
No, you actually just no, yeah, it is. It is public information.
Don't do me dirty like that.
So that's why she didn't play in match number 1. She said it in an interview. She was still warming up, playing ranked games with Luke. You know, it's always great to have an amazing, reliable XP lane as an amazing, reliable jungler. Right?
Yeah.
Especially that XP lane. I mean, it's like probably the best XP in Indo. You know what I mean? You know, like Luke. You don't agree? Do you not think Luke is the best XP in Indo?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see back at MPL. But here, we're here to highlight MWI players. So, you know, let's shift our focus back on this because you know, seeing the performance of Cloud9 and the fact that they've already really warmed up, right? That was a very dominant showing by Cloud9 in their second game of that series against CFU. So, oh man, again, I really want to know which way you think this will sway.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, I'll change it. What are we expecting between both of these teams?
Oh, I'm expecting early fights, a whole lot of early fights, but also I'm expecting again for C9 to be able to hold down Chinchao in lane through getting a weak side matchup, right? I mean, as long as Panda doesn't really go for these fights, put her on a carry again and she'll do amazing. I think the carry pick has been amazing. Even in game number 1, despite the fact that they lost, Panda was doing really good. She was able to kite back a whole lot of the times, and she was able to always stay safe in the back line and even in lane when she got ganked. So putting her on a carry will be number 1 priority. But again, for Falcons, they can definitely try to take that away from her or bully her even more in that lane.
That was my concern, right?
And
that
also
was my
blue
concern.
side.
So far, we've seen Panda really pop off on the carry, but that's all we've seen from her, right? And that's something that Falcons Vega have definitely taken into consideration. So maybe we'll see a respect ban coming through for the carry in the first phase. But even Cloud9, they left the carry open to be picked up in the second phase. So the mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best-of-2 series between Indonesia's Falcons Vega and NA's Cloud9. And there it is, carry respected away from Cloud9, really forcing Panda into position to explore her options. Without the carry, what else can you perform on?
Yeah.
According to statistics and according to data and according to the history that we've seen her on, Roger and Moskov are alternatives.
And I think Falcons know that. I think that's why they banned out the carry. They know if it isn't the carry, she has a tendency to go for a gold laner that will fight. And that just goes to show you how confident Falcons are of Chinchao. Even in the interview, when Reptar asked, Caramel about the game, Caramel said, Chinchao's an amazing laner. Game number 1 showed that. Game number 2 showed that in match number 1. And if Chinchao gets a winning lane, even when she doesn't, she got a Claude against the Harith. She was still able to win out against that Harith. So, yeah, confidence definitely there for Team Falcons. But also, this is a fun fact. You said a fun fact. You want to hear another fun fact? 100% win rate for blue side. Still. All of the games we've seen, which is 4 games in total, all the wins have come through the side of blue. C9 are blue, but they're not on the blue side.
They're not. Maybe they could be for game number 2.
Are they forcing the Moscow, by the way? They banned out the Roger and the flex pick away.
2 heroes from Panda have been eliminated from Falcons Vega. They understand the pivotal role that Panda has in the gameplay and in the success that C9 were able to get earlier on. So definitely off the table, perhaps forcing that. But remember, the Harith is still on the table, ladies and gentlemen. The big question is, can C9 utilize it? Is Panda comfortable on the Harith?
Maybe the Harith gets first pick by Cloud9, but the thing is, the Ling has been left open as well. We know that Caramel can play the Ling, and she's pretty good at it. Chip Loyi banned out Ling for the first time, I think, in MWI today. That we're seeing the Ling up for grabs. Now the decision is, Falcons, do they want to pick up the Ling? Do they want to pick up the Angela? The Angela can combo together with a whole lot of different heroes. They go for the Hayabusa instead, and this is also a Caramel signature. But is it more prio than the Ling? Because Cloud9, I think they're also quite comfortable to go for the Ling pick on Nicolette. And the Angela, they can get Angeline.
That's the problem here, right? They could even go, I don't know, are they trying to gamble with the Harith? Is that what we're going for? I mean, with the Roger being taken out, Harith is a big prio in that gold lane if they still want to control these side lanes. Terizla as well, by the way, has been left open. So this time around, C9, they're going to prioritize that EXP lane. They're going to pick up that Terizla, and they're also going to have that Valentina flex in that mid lane for her to utilize. But Falcons Vega, if they want to go for it, they can. Harith and Angela.
Oh, they go for the Edith. So that's a way to battle out, but I don't know about this Edith pick. I'm not a big fan of it, especially considering Cloud9 have already picked up the Valentina, right? That's a big ultimate to be able to be utilized now. Primal Wrath in a lot of these early team fights, knowing that they already have a Terizla. That Primal Wrath is going to be very, very lethal on the hands of the Valentina. They go for the Harith too. Makes sense. They pick up the counter to the Harith to deny it away from Cloud9, and then they pick up the Harith, so really trying to enable the Harith pick. But again, the Primal Wrath can be stolen, so it's not completely taken off the board.
Is this a time? Is this a time? Is this a time for Nicoling?
Nicoling? No, it's time for Pandakov.
Okay.
Panda Moskov.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so those are her comfort heroes, right? This just really confirms it in, right? With the Roger with the carry being taken away, she falls onto her comfort.
Yep.
She falls onto Moskov. But now, Falcons Vega, if they want, they can eliminate the Ling. Would that be in their best interest?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe they want to try to force out the Ling. That could be a... I don't know, though. Personally, I would say ban the Ling. Hayabusa versus Ling. I would personally give the Ling a little bit of an edge in that matchup when it comes to clear speed, when it comes to also 1v1s, because you can actually dictate to how to, like, get out of the shadow kill with the Tempest of Blades. But here for C9, yeah, it's definitely going to be the Minotaur ban here for them. I think they're happy enough with already the Primal Wrath. They don't want to give Falcons too many big ultimates. And now the big question for me is, they're banning out the Minotaur. So are they trying to force this Edith to be a roamer? So they're banning as many roamers as they can. And I think that's a great response, by the way, from Falcons. They noticed that C9 are already banning the Minotaur, trying to force that Edith to go roam. Falcons say, hey, we can do that. We can force the Edith to go roam, and then we're just going to ban out the Kufra, ban out more roamers, so that now Xayah will be the one placed in a tough spot. Tigreal,
right? I think you mentioned against the Assassins that Tigreal could definitely be a big factor to how this game turns out. Are they going to leave it open, or are they going to ban it?
I don't know about this game. Because again, they might want to pick it up themselves up against this Hayabusa. That could be a great option to go for, especially considering, you know, the Valentina can steal the Primal Wrath, so even more lockdown. But honestly, knowing that they already have a Terizla, if they want to pull off the Florin, it's not that crazy. I think to think about the Florin here in this game. They ban out the Yuzong too. So setting up for the Moskov to have a better time in these team fights so that he can actually space better. Yuzong is a great tool that Falcons could have used to actually help the Hayabusa get towards the Moskov, get towards the Valentina. Now for Falcons, Vega, final ban. No Kufra. They might ban a Tigreal.
Tigreal, Ruby?
Ruby's banned out, so...
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Tigreal or an assassin. A jungler.
Ling,
I would say Ling.
Fanny.
Probably, if they were to choose, I think it should be Ling or Tigreal. They go for the Tigreal ban. They're trying to set up for the Hayabusa. And now it's C9's time. They need a roamer, they need a jungler. Ling is still up for grabs. They don't really have any flex towards
Angela's
the jungle.
technically still open.
Yeah, they could still go for the Angeling. They could pick up the Angela here. And honestly, Falcons could also pick up the Angela, so that's also a pretty ridiculous combo if they get the Angela on top of the Harith and the Edith. But maybe C9 with the Valentina pick, they're already they're kind of set up for it already. But there you go, Florin. It makes sense to go for the Florin here, at least. I like it way more compared to the 5 squishy members in the early game for game number 1 against CFU. Now they have a Terizla. And there you go, Florin. Some solid stuff. But that means they might need to have to play with the Moskov. Maybe they go for another tank in the jungle. Baksha's still up for grabs. It's a good pick here.
If it were on the side of Falcons, oh, there it is. Arlette and Vexana gonna be the choice in for Falcons Vega. And now one last pick for Cloud9. If it was Caramel, I'd probably be like, would Mardis be the option? But Baxia, there you go. Nice prediction.
Thank you.
So let's throw it over to our casters. Trex, Leo, what you got?
We got an unexpected return of utility junglers. Baksha is back in this matchup. Falcons Vega versus C9. Well, how do you feel about this? Because it's a 4-in-1 now. It's all in on Panda.
It's definitely all in on Panda. We do see Ashley on this Valentina, though. There's some mechanics there. There's some damage that can be dealt, some possibilities. Not completely against this composition for Cloud9, but you got to be able to pull it off, right? You have to be able to make it work and have the strategy for it.
Not to mention Caramel and Agatha coming in. This is the lineup we were expecting. And all the kudos to that first roster that played for Falcons Vega that swept CFU Serendipity. But here now, they're looking to go for the throat. Game number 1 in this best of 2, an orange start for Vega, and C9 going for that purple. It's so weird now. They're playing on 2 different planes. The wavelengths are so different that there's a utility jungler on one side and then an assassin in the other. And this is a first pick Hayabusa, mind you.
Yeah, first pick Hayabusa so comfortable, right? You got Caramel now in the game, along with Agatha. Team Falcons, I think, knew the Ling, not only a first pick Hayabusa, but Ling was open. Ling went unbanned, unpicked the whole time, and similar to what we saw in previous series, we saw the Luyi and Chip never get picked up. A lot of these women's teams are coming in ready with what they want to pick, knowing that it's going to work for them.
Yep, look at this. Deep invade by Falcons Vega. Jewel to the rescue, helping Nicolette secure her orange buff. Oh, no, Jewel!
They are playing so aggressive. Vega showing up in the early game already. And they're just hanging out, man. They're not even worried about Ashley. Now getting involved as well. Thal takes a lot of damage, able to get a 4-man knock up there. Nicolette, though, forcing the engage possibly here. Ashley there as well. Violet responding. Gets the vengeance through. More damage. Jewel looking for the kill on Thal. Thal able to dash away. It's back and forth, but it's still 0-0.
Could have gotten that first blood, but both of these XP laners are chunky in their own right. Now this lane right here, the Moscow versus the Harith, it's clearly a Chincha in control. Look at that. This is a TKO if I've ever seen one. She sent home Panda. And again, as mentioned as the match started, Panda needs to get on top of things.
Yeah, Panda needs time to farm. And right now, Chincha, what did the interview say with Renmar? They said, we have faith in Chincha. Chincha is going to perform in the lane, and right now it is showing. Panda has to sit back at the tier 2 right now and watch the gold plating just be taken away.
That's a lot of money on Chincha. She is making bank. Almost 200 gold. Under 2 minutes. Now Jewel here, 1v2. Turtle already spawned. Both teams taking their time. Ashley very low.
Yeah, playing the distance. A lot of damage from the Eternal Guardian. Cloud9 are hanging on, but how long will the thread hold until Team Falcons Vega cut it through? Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, down to about 20% health already. The final slash connects. Eternal Guardian there to help out. Ball taken low, but Violet taken out. Cloud9 able to get the kill. Carmel still walks away with the turtle. Easy money for Vega.
Sharp. Falcons of Vega score the turtle at the cost of Violet's life. But I'd say that's worth it, but they're still going. They're deep in. Look at this, purple.
There's a lot of damage. This is bad for Nicolette. Nicolette low. Carmel able to get the kill, but they respond by taking out Caramel. Jewel there looking for Thal. One more hit. Slams down, but Jewel loses the life for it. It's a 2-for-2 purple buff.
Where'd it go?
It went to someone that died.
Some tells me Nicolette stole it and then died very shortly after. And all this while, this is what Naisu, Joseph Rezabek, our friend, would call the gold lane experience. And it's not even because of how she's been assisted by her roamer. No, Chincha's been single-handedly pushing in. Here's another look at that team fight. Short but sweet. And yeah, Jewel finds Thal, but they gave too much space to Agatha. Where'd it go? You see where it went?
No, maybe it went over to...
it was gone too soon.
Yeah, it was gone way too soon.
Maybe Caramel too, then she just died, right?
Yeah, maybe Caramel. Anybody could have gotten it there. At this point, either way.
It wasn't on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the map anymore. But you know what it is? Thal here, looking for the toss-up. Ashley, forced to use the Purify. Thal taking a lot of damage. In comes the penalty zone. Nicolette able to get the kill. Make this the enemy zone. Looking for the thrill. Violet now in trouble. C9 ready to rumble. They find Violet. Another one on the target. Jewel, Nicolette brought low. Falcons Vega looking for the response, but Cloud9 still take the kills 5-2.
It's hard to fight Cloud9 blow for blow. Like, if it's team fights you're looking for, these ladies got you. And I am impressed as to how Team Falcons Vega, maybe with the roster switch up, is caught out of their breath. Look at this now. They're 1,000 gold ahead, yes, but they're down 3 kills. And you give Cloud9 maybe 2 more of these fights in the next 5 minutes, and they should be in control. And again, folks, just to remind y'all, in Group A, that's all Cloud9 needs. A single game win to secure the next stage.
One little game, one game to rule them all. Cloud9 trying to prove that they're here to get to the groups. There's already a lot of hype around Vega. Team Falcons are known. People expect them to make it out. Cloud9 trying to escape the group of death right now. They don't want to go to a tiebreaker game. and they're kind of in control, but look at Team Falcons Vega, man, still holding a strong gold lead. Jewel in a little bit of trouble. Shadow Kill comes through. All they need is one more shot. Carmel look for the final one. Does get the penalty zone off, but not enough to get away.
All right, the clapback from Cloud9 seems to be in the gold lane. Let's see if they can equal the odds here as Chincha goes against 3. There's a minion wave coming through, and that's a clean turtle take. Team Falcons Vega walking away with that. So a lot of major objectives going over to Vega. All this while, Cloud9 are, again, just playing out these skirmishes. There's got to be some trade back. There's got to be something that they're getting on the way out. Because look at this, wow. Look at how fast Vega is on the response. They're taking a turret up top too.
Yeah, they're taking everything. They're taking the lunch money. They're taking the dinner. They jacked their wallets. A final slash. You might just call it. Jewel in trouble once again. They are targeting down on Jewel, man. That's 2 kills in like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
All right, to be fair, Jewel has been slaying it. Jewel has been since minute 1 there all this while. Now the onward from Thal puts Zia, down!
Chincha.
Xia. Barely knew her. 2 seconds and then...
Barely knew her.
Grand Theft Orange. Caramel guilty. Now one more!
Ashley in trouble. Chincha able to get the kill this time. Nicola now in trouble, knocked up. Looking for another kill. Chincha still holding the front side, keeping them at bay, all alone. That is what you call the gold lane experience, like you said, at 1-0-1, but farming good. Went from probably bottom of the EXP, damaged up, shooting up to the top now. It's going to be a problem.
Caramel's warmed up well. Caramel's ready after watching game 1 and 2 from the CFU series. He's like, bring me in, coach, I'm ready. And here she is. 6-5 now, about 5K between Vega and Cloud9. I'd say the grip has slipped out of Cloud9's hands. These ladies are very aggressive. They love the team fighting, but Vega have been moving around the map in a very synchronized way that they've dodged a lot of these massive team fights in the past 2 to 3 minutes. It's impossible for now, Cloud9, to even think of contesting this turtle because, yeah, sure, you could throw out a spear. Panda could be part of the fight, but I reckon she's not ready. Not now, not here.
It's very similar to game 1 against CFU. Cloud9, at this point, needing to buy time. They still have some late game potential in a sense, but they're going to have to actually pull it off this time, right? They fell a little bit short last time, even when it looked like maybe they could have the game back in their hands. Nicolette looking for the engage. Ashley dashes forward, but Zamon's force drops. Terrify on a Nicolette, knock up by the Eternal Guardian, and now the chaos pursues. Nicolette still up, though. Able to maybe just get away, but Violet collects the kill. Can Cloud9 try to respond? Carmel goes down. Panda with the solo on the bottom of the map. That is a good response, if anything. 1-1 is Panda finally back online.
A massive trade. I don't think it was ever a question of if she was ever online. This is her first showing. That green dot showed up just now, and we were so focused on this fight up top, which is, again, majestic in its own right, but...
Oh, Ashley! Down goes Ashley, and this is Chincha right here. It's all Chincha.
That's what I was saying. The only reason why we couldn't really see Panda doing much is because Chincha owned the early game into the mid game, and Chincha's calling the shots, man. 2-0-3 doesn't tell you the full story. Chincha currently has more than half of Team Falcons Vega's value on her back. Maybe a little bit on Agatha, maybe a little bit on Caramel, but Chincha up front. As long as there's a sword on the floor, you don't want to dance with Chincha.
You don't want to dance. Oh, more damage on Ashley. Ashley goes down, Xia goes down. Members are dropping. Chincha just feeling confident with it, smiling about it.
She wasn't even aware that, oh, I was doing that well? Like, team fights were going to go that way?
Oh, that was a replay.
That was a replay.
I'm so used to the small screen.
Yeah, it was a replay, and again, Chincha just back to regular programming. Like, she knows, right? She got her feet up. It's calm and collected into the late game. 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. Lord marching through down bottom. Well synchronized by Falcons Vega. Look at this.
Another Terrify. The Falcons Vega never force it, right? They never do the full-in dive. They take their time. They're meticulous with their pushes.
Yep. There's so many ways for them to engage. Off of an Eternal Guard, off of a Final Slash, off of an onward Earth Shatter, and Thal can play with the angles, right? Thal can find one up front and then flicker into the back, dash in, and this is spelling disaster currently for Cloud9. I'm looking to them losing maybe one inhibitor. That's what's going to happen here.
They don't get the big Lord push, but look at the big final slash. Cloud9 brought back into him, but now a little bit of trouble. Nice penalty zone. Is Panda gonna commit here? Violet goes down, Exai able to get the kill. Inhibitor goes down, but it's 2 members down for Cloud9. Chincha holding the front line, saying this base is mine. Team Falcons Vega gonna back off though. They found 2 members, they found an inhibitor. They're feeling comfy.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. Costly defense for Cloud9, but they can rest easy knowing that their base is only cracked open and vulnerable from one side. And that's strong side, if I'm not mistaken. That's easier to defend, save for the fact that it is a long lane. Like, you have a Lord spawning at 60. What's difficult for Cloud9 is they are a Lord dancing lineup. This is a utility jungler, so you want to hold on to this Lord, play for it the long way around. Luckily, they do have a Moscow. This is a fight breaking out. No, Thal coming in.
Another big knock-up. Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, but able to just withstand. Can they get a kill? Jewel able to find Chincha. That's huge for Cloud9, but still, they got to back off. The damage is still there from the rest of the team. Thal trying to lock in. Violet takes out Jewel. An eye for an eye. 1 for 1. But Cloud9 still defend, looking for a comeback angle, but Team Falcons Vega doesn't care. They're ready to finish this anytime.
And now they're going to steal away the orange. Not that Caramel needs it. She has one on her. And I was just going to say, this bottom lane defense, Cloud9, they can do it, given that they have a Moscow, so they can just throw out the SOD. Panda can redeploy herself. Here's an SDC replay of, again, yes, checklist of how to survive, how to win, right? Take out Chincha, yes. Force out the early Zaman Force, yes. Get out of here, get out of there. But they forgot that there's so many other members of Falcons Vega that they got to deal with, right? Violet is willing to trade. Caramel is still a lethal member, and Agatha definitely deals a lot of damage. And now that's a pickoff.
Jewel's good at getting up close and personal, but maybe sometimes too up close and personal. Does Cloud9 even want to contest this?
Too close. Nope. Let it go. Let it go.
Ooh.
That's a dangerous SOD if I've ever seen one. They do throw out a stolen Eternal Guard. I'd say maybe Ashley needs to protect herself a little better, but I find it hard to do given that they only have really one frontliner. They only have Jewel. Nicolette, you can kind of call a frontliner, but she's also looking to find the weird angle, right? She's walked away from death more often than she should have, but a winning team fight for Cloud9 involves the fight lasting a little longer, so that means Jewel has to stay. Jewel has to not die first.
Yeah, there's also certain situations like before Lord where Nicolette can't be the frontliner, because if Nicolette goes down, they lose their opportunity. But look at the damage onto Panda. Chincha just unloading, big final slash pulling in Nicolette. Tortoise Poisons comes out. She's able to get back behind the towers, able to get back to safety, but Chincha doesn't care. Diving through the towers, diving in. Chincha can do whatever she wants right now. Violet with the conceal, holding the side.
Ooh. Massive Lord. Ashley yet to steal an ult. That's going to be key here to start the fight.
Ooh, big final slash. Does land onto Exai, able to pick her out, pull her out. Now Nicolette falls next. Agatha able to do some big damage. Lord still up at 40%. Ashley down. This is going to be it. Cloud9 in trouble. Falcons Vega take the dub.
In a snap, the bodies dropped, and so did the base. Team Falcons of Vega with a new lineup nonetheless. A roster with 2 new players, Caramel and Agatha, coming in, ending Game 1 against C9 in swift fashion. 13 minutes 45, Trex, all it took.
Very quick action at that. Vegas showing why they might just be the Reaper in this group of death.
Let's see what our analysts think. Eternal, Mirko, talk to us.
And talk we will. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Trex. But it's a good day for Falcons today, not dropping a single game so far. 100% win rate.
Man, it was crisp, clean from Falcons Vega all the way from the start of the game. The fact that they were able to steal that neutral objective away gained them so much stability. And honestly, for C9, this draft wasn't bad at all. The way that they were executing the game too, the game plan was not bad. They were doing what they needed to do, you know, putting the pressure on towards Falcons Vega. But unfortunately, Falcons Vega, they've been in this kind of situation many, many times before, where the top side of the map loses out. Chincha, though, we've been talking about her, I think, during the whole game, every single time, just winning it out in the lane. And we got to give props to the draft, to the coaches as well, for really enabling Chincha to get such a massive advantage in the lane. Harith versus Moskov, banning out the carry. Carry would have been great, by the way, against the Moskov. Not that carry would win, but carry would actually be able to dodge away from a lot of the synchro fissions with the second skill dash. Moskov, not as lucky. Very low range. You need to use your first skill to deal damage, and you technically have Spear of Misery, but if you get shoved in constantly like that, it's very, very tough as a Moskov, and you can definitely see that Falcons Vega took control of that. They really abused that, and hey,
wow.
Guess who's at GPM?
Guess
and
who?
Also, guess who, you know? Chin Chow again. Caramel said it, we're saying it, and now she's saying, You see that? That's a pose, right?
There's no in it, right? There is. She's touching her eye and like. Anyway, MVP presented to you by the PlayStation tournaments. It's Violet this time around. So, like, despite the fact that Chin Chow has been a huge element to Falcons Vegas gameplay so far and so forth, definitely one of the main things that were able to facilitate Chin Chow was Violet.
Yeah, and not only that, but she was the stable member in the team when we're talking about the early moments of the game, because Caramel was taken down even though they got the neutral objective. Atal was taken down during the purple buff steal as well, but Violet was always there, alive, putting them down, you know, like really stopping them from getting anything else. Violet acted as the pillar, I would say, in the early game to stop the full snowball from happening from the side of Cloud9. If it wasn't for Violet, it would be a different game, I would say. And that's why I think we also had this conversation, Eterna, where it's so hard to find a weakness point for Falcons Vega. And really, when it comes to individual mechanics, I don't think there is a weakness point. Every single one of them are just so good individually, mechanically. But if you get them to the later stage, if you try to outwit them, that is something that they have, you know, that is where they've usually lost their composure.
The macro.
The macro.
Right? The discipline.
Discipline.
We saw that in their first match of the day, right?
They overheat a lot.
Mm-hmm. But, like, how do you get to that point? Right? If you're losing in your matchups, if you're losing in the laning phase, how do you even get to the point that you drag them all the way to the late game to look for an opportunity where you can find that opening to punish them?
I think Cloud9 already had a very good game plan to do exactly that. They had a weak side goal laner to try to, deny all of the fights possible against Chin Chow. They had a way to actually try to get a win up top. And I think it just comes down to the adjustment. Cloud9 was able to make a massive adjustment from game 1 against CFU to game 2 against CFU. It almost seemed like a completely different team. And I think I don't want to doubt them here for Cloud9. I think they can make those adjustments because it really comes down to just simple adjustments. The draft was already good. It comes down to how they can adjust that execution. Maybe take less fights around the top side, especially maybe they need to try to consider Violet here as well. There were 2 tunnel vision on Caramel, 2 tunnel vision on Chin Chow possibly in these team fights as well, that they let Violet run through them in the neutral objective battles and in the team fights.
So now they really need to figure a way to bounce back. And I know we heard from Ashley earlier on, but let's take, an update stat with Ashley right now.
Hey, this is Brent Mar, and I'm here with Ashley from Cloud9. Ashley, would you like to tell the viewers what position you play for the team?
It's a secret, actually. You'll find out.
Okay, a secret. I like that. There's a bit of mystery involved. So one thing that's not a mystery is Falcons Vegas actually expected to dominate the group that you're in right now. Do you think Cloud9 will give them a run for their money?
I'm not going to say yes 100%, and I'm also not going to say no 100%.
All right, a lot of things up in the air here with Ashley. So is there a specific team that you're really looking forward to face in this tournament?
I do hope to go against Vitality if we make it out of groups. Yeah. So,
all right.
Hopefully.
Of course, everybody wants to face up against Team Vitality, one of the best women's teams in the world right now. So one thing I want to know is that when it comes to going into a tournament, going to a series, in a game, would you rather be amped up, excited, full of adrenaline, or more relaxed and chilled out?
I would say the first part, because I usually thrive off of like chaos, if that makes sense. But at the same time, my attitude is very like nonchalant almost.
All right, nonchalant and filled with adrenaline. I could see where that's going.
Can you?
I can.
Okay.
Is there a song that you like to listen to, or a genre of music that you like to listen to hype yourself up?
Not a specific song, but I do enjoy listening to EDM.
Ooh. All right, EDM. I'm too old for that now
Are
at this
you?
point. Oh, a little bit.
No one's too old for EDM.
I like that.
No one is.
All right, Ashley, you're a vibe. Share me your playlist. And
I will.
Would you like to share a few words to your fans and your supporters?
So first, I want to give a huge shout out to Cloud9 for putting their trust in my team. And next, I have a lot of people to thank, actually.
All right, let's go for it.
So my previous manager, Talon the Great, who was my manager leading up to the qualifiers. And I would say pretty much a majority of the North American community was helping me out a lot since January.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful to y'all, and hopefully we make it out of groups.
Yeah, hopefully so. That's Ashley from Cloud9.
Thank you, Reptar, for that interview with Ashley. And you know what, guys, for context, it turns out it wasn't a check-in, right? Because like she was mentioning that it was a secret, what her position was, and she was being very vague, but like now we know.
It's great to be vague as a mid laner, it turned out.
Okay.
Because technically you gotta keep on fainting. You gotta keep on
fainting,
you know, back and forth. No, not faint, like faint as in like, you know? Like,
oh, okay. I thought like fainting.
that wouldn't be good for anything.
That's why I was a little confused.
But you know what? EDM. Do you like EDM?
EDM, like the genre
yeah.
of music? Yeah, I could get into EDM. Why?
I think that fits Cloud9's gameplay, right? Because they want to look for team fights. They need the adrenaline, but they're also nonchalant. Even their attitude is vague, right? Like, we want to get hype, but we're chill.
I am a secret. Okay, she didn't say that.
No.
She didn't say that.
I am a secret. That, I guess, you know, that's a good way to, you know, break ice. If you ever meet someone, you're like, yo, I'm Eterna. I am a secret.
I am a secret.
That's cool enough.
Anyway. So now with this, right, one more game away. So this means that there is still a possibility of a tiebreaker.
There is. So if you guys are waiting for a tiebreaker, the only scenario I believe is a 2-0 win. And Falcons Vega, they're one step away from actually doing that, from forcing CFU and Cloud9 to go for a third game. We might get the full best of 3 technically. The tiebreaker will be a best of 1. So with the best of 2 earlier 1-1, this is the decider of who goes or gets out of groups.
And did you guys predict that? Was that according to what you thought was going to happen? Because, you know, let us know, right? Give us your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, and vote for the next game. Who do you think will win it? Which way will it sway? Because obviously you guys get the chance to, but Mirko does not. And LaFell is actually on standby backstage.
Really?
You can actually see him right now. You guys can't, but he's also banned from, you know, the predictions.
I mean, why you got beef with me and LaFell though? Like, you know, we're gonna be your partners here today. We're gonna be working with you, but now you're putting us under the weather. You're really just putting us down. You can't predict here, sway, way, day. That's what you said, right? You said something about sway and way and
sway.
I was trying to rhyme.
Bars.
That is not EDM.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, moments away of seeing how this game will end, how this match will end. Will Falcons Vega go 2-0 against Cloud9, or will Cloud9 go back with a comeback, right? Because it feels like that's been their story. Game number 1 has been their warm-up, and then they adapt better to the team that they're against, and then they pull out surprises. Because even you mentioned, right, their draft was good.
I liked it.
It was just execution that they kind of fell behind of Falcons Vega in that game.
Yeah, again, I feel like the draft could definitely have worked there. I mean, they had a Florin, they had a lot of tanky members, but they weren't able to really facilitate or enable Panda enough in the gold lane. If if Panda had a better lane there in the bottom side, if they actually sent the Florin down instead of going for these invades early on, maybe they could have gone the Moskov into the item power spike a bit earlier. And if the Moskov gets into the item power spike, she could actually participate in a lot of the skirmishes. But the main problem now, I think, for Cloud9 is the fact that they're up against Agatha and Caramel, and this is the reason why, you know, many of us thought this is the main lineup, and I think that kind of already cemented themselves there. Their performance was amazing, and I expect them to do the same. But Cloud9, blue side, 100%.
100% so far, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. The Roger gets eliminated out of the Land of Dawn here from Cloud9. Falcons Vega now with the response. Remember, now that they're on red side, can they go for the respect bans? Can they take take away the carry again?
Yeah, they can. I think they can take a page out of the book from CFU as well. CFU didn't ban the chip, didn't ban the Loyi up against Cloud9, and Cloud9 did not pick it up. So for Falcons, it seems that is the idea here as well. Hayabusa ban coming down as well. We know that Nicolette was able to get an amazing game on that Hayabusa up against CFU. So respect, proper respect. Now the question is, you go Hayabusa carry Ruby, or do you go Hayabusa carry and then... No, the Roger's already banned out, so probably Hayabusa carry Ruby.
So no chip, no Loyi, no Ling.
They didn't pick it up last game, so maybe they want to just play around with it. And again, by the way, I feel like for Falcons, they're forcing C9 to ban either the Angela or Ling. They didn't go for the Angela or Ling because they didn't get that combo instantly. But say, Falcons leave all those open, C9 pick up a Loyi, I think it just gives Falcons so much of an opportunity to go for the Angela Ling instantly. They're on red side.
So there it is. Let's see if Miracle's predictions reign true here in the first phase of the banning phase. Ruby.
There you go.
All right, that's 2 out of 3. Ruby and the Hayabusa has been banned out by Falcons. Vega, our Indo reps. Now for the NA reps, though. The last ban.
C9. Juice in. Roger. I think they might have to ban like either chip or Loyi. Because Falcons can utilize the chip, can utilize the Loyi. I don't know if it really depends on if C9 wants to pick it up themselves, because they can deny it away. But knowing that Falcons have banned out Haya and Ruby, it shows that Falcons are confident even going up against it. If C9 don't ban it, it'll be very, very tough, because again, we know how Falcons thrive in utilizing the early advantage. That's the chip. Now Falcons, I think it should be the carry. They want to just set up for Chin Chao again in the gold lane.
Let's see. The last ban from Falcons, Vega. Currently on a win streak, ladies and gentlemen, not dropping a single game so far today. And it's, again, the ball is in Cloud9's court right now. Will they be able to get an advantage against one of the tournament favorites? One of the powerhouses of Indonesia, Falcons Vega. And it looks like Falcons Vega, they're actually taking their dear time here.
I think they're thinking about Terizla too. Because C9 has been able to pick it up. I think they were able to pick it up.
Oh, there it is.
The previous game, first pick. So Terizla carry, they decide to go Terizla in the end. It's a good choice of ban because it does set up for an assassin pick really well. But now C9 has to choose. Leaving the Loyi open is definitely a bit of a problem for them too, because Falcons, they can definitely use it. We talked about how Agatha's very creative. Usually goes Valentina. Now she has a chance to go Loyi.
That's her power pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Power pick.
Power pick.
Out of all the heroes that were chosen in for all the other players, Agatha had only one.
Yeah.
And that one was Loyi.
Now I'm struggling to think of maybe they go Edith first pick now that the Terizla and Ruby has been... They might... I don't know. They go Valentina. That's definitely the smarter choice compared to the Edith. But I was just trying to anticipate the Loyi, right? Because I was already expecting the Loyi coming in from Falcons. I think with this, Falcons don't even need to pick up the Loyi here because the Valentina has already been revealed. They can just go... Hey, they can go Angeling.
Angeling, exactly. Angeling is up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And there it is, Harris. Okay, so with the Roger being banned again, they are gonna look for a priority lane for Chin Chao first and foremost. Because technically, Falcons Vega, they didn't have as much control in the early stage of the game, right? When Chin Chao was able to participate more in the team fights, participate more in the neutral objective takes. That's when the things kind of swayed more in favor of Falcons Vega, and they know that, they understand that, and Harith and Edith is going to be the choice. Now C9 again. Do they want to go for the Angeling?
I don't think so. I don't think they'll go for the Angeling here, but I think they'll go for the carry. The carry was banned out. This is a matchup that kind of enables Panda to be the weak side that she wants to be in these games. We saw in both the games against CFU that she was able to make the carry work still. Nolan was the choice they went for in game 1 against CFU. They go for it again, but no carry. They actually decide to double down on the Moskov despite taking a loss and despite losing in lane quite hard. So Moskov, I guess for them, the decision is to just change a bit of the playstyle, utilizing some of the core elements from the previous draft. Because again, the previous draft wasn't bad.
All right. Arlet now going to be the last pick in for Falcons Vega as we head into the second phase of the drafts. With the Terizla being banned out, Arlet, Yuzong is actually still an option. What is a good laner against the Arlet?
Yuzong.
Yuzong.
Yeah, that's why they take it away instantly. The Yuzong is amazing up against the Arlet. Usually when you get that matchup, it's automatically just like Arlet just has to sit under turret. It's very tough unless you send some members up top, and yeah, they'll just ban it out. That's the easy way out of that tough lane. Terizla, Yuzong. I think they should be okay. Maybe they ban the X-Borg last for Falcons, knowing that that would also create a lot of problems for them. Cloud9 though, at this point, I don't think they really need to care about the Tigreal. Usually we expect the Tigreal, especially considering they already have an assassin, but Falcons have already picked up the Edith and the Arlet. It'll be very weird to see the Arlet or Edith not go to like XP/Roam and for them to pick up a Tig. So that should be out of the book, so C9 decides to just ban out the Ling. No assassins, it seems, for Caramel.
What about Fanny? Right, I guess, well, Caramel is known to play the Benedetta and the Martis, right? Those are the two heroes that are left open. So do you think that the Benedetta can work in this current meta? Or do you think something like the Fanny would be more appropriate?
Ooh, the Fanny. I think, again, considering C9 haven't picked a roam, it's still very, very scary to go for the Fanny. They can go and try to pick it up. Last pick, they're on red side. They have the chance to do that. But C9 can take it away. I think they should be able to read this out as well. Ling ban, they should get rid of another assassin. Or hey, they might actually just try to take the Martis away. The Martis is a signature pick for Caramel.
Angela?
There we go, Angela.
What?
Huh. So I guess they're thinking that the Angela could be used as a mid laner, right? Edith roam, Angela mid.
You're right.
It's a good call by them because that's a lot of
technically they have
sustain.
Edith and they technically also have Harris, so
Yeah,
that's already enough magic damage.
Exactly. It's a good read by C9 there to ban out the Angela. Could be a good mid laner for them. Now Falcons AP. Oh, Falcons. They actually pick up the Vexana here, so even more magic damage. That's 3 members with a whole lot of magic damage. I get it. It's a lot of more CC for Violet to pop off on the Arlet. But also, it's going to give C9, I think, a great chance to counter with like some of these magic defense items. Especially considering Chinchao has been, the main spear head for Falcons. I think C9 can go for... I think they can even go for, I don't know, Tig, Minotaur.
What about the EXP lane?
X-Borg. I think the X-Borg would be solid here for C9.
Against the Arlet.
Yeah, against the Arlet, against the Edith. A lot of tanky members here, but they go for CC and Florin.
They love it. This is their playstyle.
I love the Florin.
They love to double down on this Florin.
CC is a good lane, by the way, against the Arlet.
All right. So here it is, last pick in for Falcons Vega to wrap up the drafts that they have. They need physical damage now that they, committed with Agatha on the Vexana as well as the Harith for Chinchao.
It'll be too risky, I think, to go for the Martis, knowing that there's going to be a lot of sustain here. Safe choice would be Baxia.
I mean...
But completely forgot about the Alpha pick.
Alpha!
There you go. Physical damage. Technically, true damage. In a lot of these skirmishes. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Well played.
One last game. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider whether or not Cloud9 can move forward into the playoffs. One more match to decide whether or not we will have a tiebreaker by the end of Group A's games. Are you ready, Mirko?
For sure. Let's see.
I'm ready too. I'm nervous, but I'm ready. The audience, they're ready as well. Casters, are you ready?
I don't speak for both of us, but I'm ready. Looking at the draft, though, our friend here, HB Trex Wagner, notes the scary lack of CC from Cloud9.
Not a scary lack of CC, a scary fact that there isn't CC. There is a CC, though, on the map, so they made up for it. They do have some CC on their team, but it is a hero in the shape of a little girl.
She's
so let's see.
not that little. If anything, Jewel has to be a colossal force in their lineup because, look, she's the only real frontliner, and I'm putting up air quotes, the only real frontliner for Cloud9.
Yeah, how do you even approach this, right? I mean, it's definitely tough for Cloud9, especially the way that Vega's been playing. Falcons Vega have been doing a great job at macro. They've been doing a great job at engaging, catching Cloud9 off guard. Cloud9, they just kite.
There's a reason why Falcons Vega is a constant grand finalist in any and all major women's MLBB tournaments. Now Nicolette's in trouble.
Nicolette's in a lot of trouble, able to just dash away. A little bit of true damage connects, but Nicolette will be able to get home safely. But now Vega's going to take a camp. They're going to eat good for a little bit.
Beta almost took Nicolette down. Caramel with the clutch alpha pick. That's one of the sweetest alphas I've seen in a while. Like that last slot, no one was expecting it. Now, here comes Thal.
Big toss up. Thal takes a little bit of damage, but knows Caramel's there. Panda now. Ashley shows up, able to get the kill onto Thal. Brings down Caramel as well. That's 2 for 0. First blood over to Ashley.
Le Paniche, she gets 2 on the way out. And that was a blindside from Falcons Vega. To be fair, here's the SDC replay one more time. That's some quick work. Ashley, amazingly, didn't even clear the wave. So there really wasn't much for Agatha to go off. She was just like, all right, she must be somewhere in the bushes. Didn't expect for her to be that far up.
You've got crowd control. I've got to terrify.
I mean, I'd like to think it's more of the damage.
The damage.
It's damage over crowd control. Now down bottom.
Ooh, Violet dance, man. Violet is clean.
That's right. She should dance
around like that.
Dance around too.
Just a monster, able to come through, deal with 2 members, has been so good from last game to this game, has been so good on this R-Lock.
Yep. Now we see Nicolette trying to secure the orange buff for Cloud9. Turtle at 1/3 of its health. That's a non-contest.
Zaya backs off. Are they going to look for a dive here? Ashley.
Ooh, no one home.
Just misses.
All right. So this is Violet. Again, as long as it costs nothing, a flubbed ult is as good as a hit ult. You know what I mean? Like, especially in these early stages of the game. We're looking at about 3 minutes in. 2 kills for Cloud9. And again, Team Falcons Vega's overall game sense and IQ that they've honed for years together as a team just shows that even if they are down, they're still up on economy. How are they 200, 300 gold up? And they're pushing in to into Nicolette and Ashley now. Oh no.
Panda takes a lot of damage, able to get some life back though.
Got the bloom, got the heals.
Right,
Xayah, clutch.
Keep diving. Vega keeps on pushing. In comes Ashley, though. Nicolette there as well. Look for the damage on Agatha. Unable to get the finishing blow. The fracture comes through, but it's still not enough. Chincha firing back shot after shot. Cloud9 now pushed away from the tower. Team Falcons Vega maybe able to pull something off here. Watch for Violet. This is going to be dangerous. Big. Oh! 4 members taken out of the bush, and Cloud9 are grabbed from the sky. Team Falcons Vega showing up.
That was majestic. That was beautiful, elegant, near perfection. She literally animation canceled into the bush, almost the whole length of that bush with her. Oh, let's see it one more time. The SEC replay will tell the whole story. Even caught out Xayah. She was exiting the bush too.
That was disgusting. That's what you call, like I said, Violet right now. Violet's oiled up right now, ready to go. Violet's on this Arlo, as you like to say, Mr. Dan.
He was born to play the Arlo. Like, that was, say what you will about the first final slash, but that was definitely what she was going for.
She had to pick up.
She had to heat it up, like a diesel engine.
Took a little time, get it going, the rev.
And now we're here. They're up by about 1,000 gold, 1,000 and change, 2-2. No major objectives scored as far yet. There is a turtle to Vega's name, and they are going to take down Panda, 2v1.
Panda's been having a hard time from this game to last game, but now a little bit of damage on a Chincha. Can they get the kill? Nicolette's there to help out. Should be able to find it. Finds Chincha. Thal now. A little bit of trouble. Terrify. Is it going to be enough CC? Nicolette looking for the final hit. Doesn't have the fracture. One more shot. That's how it takes. Thal gets away, though.
With
the spear.
1 HP. She sidesteps or forward steps it. and Agatha to the rescue. That was so close. She was like three feet away from that spear. The SOD, Panda misses so close. Another check, the SEC replay here. So the 2v1, that was definitely painful. And then the clap back. Here's the backup. There they are. All right, so Chincha was way underneath the turret, took way too much. And then eventually Thal walks away. Thal walked away from a 3v1, man. Think about that. Think about the mechanics that's on this young lady. Look at that.
The spear so close. Look at it coming up. I saw it. Oh. She hit the matrix on it. I mean, a slow-mo matrix. But now we've lost the tower in the bot lane.
Just as quickly.
Nicolette has not gone down. I was a little worried when I saw her in a weird position. Violet, though, taking a lot of damage. Ashley able to unload. Here comes Thal and the rest of the gang.
Oh, no.
Caramel heated up. Looking for something here. Nicolette looking for a target as well. Gets the final slash to the face. In comes Jewel. Getting a few free shots onto Violet. Chincha drops him on Force, but unable to connect onto anybody. Nobody goes down. 3-3.
Yep, the SOD went right through the crowd. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing already a dilemma for Cloud9's lineup here. They're unable to close the gap. They're unable to finish off. There's a Purify. Exai should be fine or not. Okay, she's fine.
Damage.
Here we go, the clap back.
Panda's starting to output, though, a little bit.
Yeah. But again, back to my point, they're unable to close the gap. Whether it be through a failed SOD engage or just finishing the job. Like, there have been multiple times Nicolette walks away that they couldn't finish. Like, they couldn't kill who they put the damage on, right?
It's true.
So,
I mean,
unless they can solve that, then we could maybe think of this going late.
Yeah, I think they're only, honestly, the answer is just maybe look for picks, right? Even moments like this, if they can secure those 2 kills in that moment, or Nicolette can get the pick off, that's going to be the answer, because they're not going to be able to get the big group CC moment, especially right now. I don't think they win in the 5v5,
Oh, yeah,
right?
no, definitely.
They need to play the macro, which is something that we've seen them lacking on.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
Yep, on a full frontal fight.
Clouds.
Yep, in the clouds, in a full frontal fight. Oh, that's a stolen buff.
No, Ashley got it.
got it. Yeah,
I mean,
all right,
Nicolette
so
got it.
That means she just forced out a retribution. That's good news for Cloud9. This is a turtle that might just expire by the looks of it.
Oh, no, this is bad for Ashley.
All right, I think she knows. She's just covering her bases. Might not be.
Doesn't matter if she knows or not. That is death possibly, or at least the tower. Team Falcon, this is their macro game, man, hanging out.
And now they're rotating as a full 5. These are Falcons on the hunt. Look at this. They're pulling their own version of the Ube, and they go straight for the Lord. What? Straight for the Lord?
It's a Lord at 8 minutes.
Look at that. Chincha just dancing and putting it down to a 10th of its health. I don't see a steal in the near future.
Oh,
close.
Just a second. Caramel still able to get it. I think it's a smart move that Cloud9 doesn't go for, right? I think if anything, Panda maybe could have tried to force that top tower, but they back off.
Yeah, could have went in all the way, but again, in a moment of confusion, when the call is not unanimous, you play defensive because you could get punished hard. And Team Falcons Vega, they know when you show a moment of weakness, they know what a window looks like, and they take advantage. Now, at a 2,500 gold lead, 3-3, map definitely belongs to Team Falcons Vega. I'm wondering when Panda will feel confident enough that she doesn't have to wait for the SOD engage. She's short on money. That is
broke.
I don't want to say it, but yeah, she is broke. She's on hard times.
Hard times in the jungle right now, you know? It's not easy out here
in the red.
Land of Dawn.
She's in the red.
The streets are cold.
It's difficult, because look at this. They're pushing in, a synchronized push. There's a huge wave up top, Lord down bottom. Vega just took out that tier 2 in mid, and they popped the Holy Shield just like that.
And it was a clean pop, right? Because they got another wave come in. It's going to sync up with this Lord wave. Falcons Vega just showing supremacy in terms of macro overall. And look at Nicolette coming from the backside, maybe looking for an angle. Conceal play does come down. Final slash goes through, doesn't connect to anyone. Thal backs off. Unable to really connect on the knockup, but they still take the tower. Violet now, able to vengeance through. Able to get a nice little dash. Chincha drops him on Force. Damage comes out. Ashley able to find Violet. Ashley goes down. Chincha finds the kill now. Panda gonna chip away at the Lord. Cloud9 able to just defend and take a member with them, but they lose Ashley. And with 3-1-1, that's a big loss. Ashley was kind of farming up there.
That's right. Violet could have afforded that death, and it was worth it. They pushed all the way in to the inhibitor. and they got the base exposed. Chincha was able to get out of there. If the SOD hit, that could have been Panda just committing all the way. And I get it now. What Eterna and Mirko, and even through our interviews, that they're playing all in for Chincha. This is her era, man. Chincha has to play well for Falcons Vega. Caramel, Agatha, Violet, they know that. She knows that.
And it makes us think, right, like maybe Cloud9. Oh, Nicolette in trouble. Face checks the bush. What do you call that, Kumar?
What?
I can't remember. There's the fans know when you jump into the bush by yourself. I'm sure they'll tell us later.
Eventually, it's in chat right now. But we do have a push here. They could blitz it. Chincha could wail away. There's but one wagon, and they take it down. All right, they'll play it safe here. About 10 seconds until another Lord, and you're looking at a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead for Falcons of Vega. It slipped away slowly but surely out of C9's control.
All right, they're just going to rush this. Cloud9 can't even fight for it, right? I mean...
Nope, they shouldn't. There were but 2 or 3 major slip-ups, a pick-off here and there that just got this way out of their breath. Like, it was a stone's throw away earlier, but now they're looking to burst him.
Slash comes down, Nicolette terrified, locked up. Caramel gets the kill. Samon's force drops, and Chincha alone. I mean, could be by himself, could be by herself right now, and just shredding through. 2 members down with Lord coming. This could be it for Cloud9.
Very rarely do you see 3,000, 4,000 gold be the difference when it comes to an arms race. But here, with the way Team Falcons Vegas playing, oh, Violet with a final slash!
Big final slash at that. Panda now alone. 4 members down, nothing but Panda against the world. Team Falcon Vega. The Reapers in the group of death seem to prevail with their onslaught. No one can stand against them.
Unscathed, unbeaten, and undisputed in Group A. Team Falcons Vega force a tie between CFU and Cloud9.
And that's what I think that happens later today. And it's going to be do or die for CFU and Cloud9. But we can talk about that later, because right now, Falcons Vega, man, they have just showed from micro to macro to their Lord pushes
and
to back and forth.
Their roster is. I mean, there's one thing you can't change.
Swap, do whatever they want.
Yeah, there's one thing you can't change. Chincha's got to be there.
Very true, I think.
Chincha's got to be there, and their veterancy, their dominance, it shows. This is just another day in the office for the uncrowned queens, and we can't wait to see more of them. But that's up until we go to the next stage. It's still the story of who comes through, CFU and C9. Suddenly, in the group of death, it's sudden death.
Yeah, and I think at this point we know, right? Team Falcons Vega is a contender for that trophy. The way they're playing, I think, the way, whatever you want to say about CFU or Cloud9, they have showed that they are definitely a dominant team in this event, just through their mechanics, through everything in the game. I'm excited to see them in the bracket.
Yep. As for the aforementioned teams, it's all about grit, it's all about heart, and of course a refinement of their play styles. For now, we're throwing over to the stage for an interview.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what a convincing win right here from Falcons Vega. Now, heartiest congratulations to you guys. And of course, right here, we have Chincha right beside us. You know, you look super cute even in a player camp.